chunky milk is not good. I'll tell you right now.
Chunky
That's not a good
milk
thing to have.
is not a good thing to have, but also simultaneously, there's like real products out there that call themselves chunky milk and have like bits of chocolate in it along with said milk.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
some terrible marketing right there.
Yeah, it could cause someone to choke. Don't know how they'll get around that. It is what it is.
Yeah, because people could just go, "Oh, do you want some chunky milk?" It's like, what? No.
No. No.
No.
What?
Ooh.
Wait, why is your
It's so funny actually.
why is it called not an important announcement? Explain that one.
Oh, the title. It's because we're having it. We've been having a lot of important announcements lately, and I don't want to have another one. If it happens, I'm gonna probably die a very painful death. This is a reference to Hololive graduation.
I mean,
don't know
to
what
be
I'm talking
honest,
about.
I think we saw it coming. As sad as it was, I do believe we all saw it coming.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, for Gura, no, absolutely, absolutely. I was like, you know, my problem is what came before Gura.
Okay, yeah. No.
Sorry about
We all remember that one. We all watched that one go down. It was like, oh, okay, I guess this is happening. Somebody is not gonna be happy. Somebody's
Yeah,
not gonna be a
that's
happy bunch
somebody.
this week. Oh.
That somebody is me. Man.
Uh,
Man.
Look, it was bad,
It's
but it
okay.
happened. It's okay. It's alright.
Yes. Yes.
Pet.
I'm okay that it happened. Thank you for the attention. Let me.
It has though,
Let me
yeah,
not.
been a very rough couple of weeks, 2 weeks, I think it's been. 3 weeks, has it been?
Yeah. She's ending it on 28th. Yeah, she's officially graduating 3 days from now.
You know what was crazy is that in that time, we had another Nijisanji graduation from Ian, and it's Folga, which I thought was really surprising because I was like, wow, he
He wasn't. He was on hiatus for like ages.
like this made sense to me. It made total sense to me
Uh-huh.
because it was like he's getting sick. He has been sick for a long time, and perhaps it's getting to a point for him personally of where it's like, oh, I can't keep up with this anymore. Which fair enough. I kind of liked him
Fair enough.
aside from the comment he made in that screenshot. Aside from that, for the most part, he did give some positive outlook to Niji Ian.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was at least something nice
That
to
is
look
fair.
forward to. He at least tried to settle things down when there was a problem.
I can see that. Yeah.
I mean, good luck to him. Good luck to everybody who's graduating. Trust me, you'll get it better than you're getting it currently. I have no doubt in that.
Absolutely. You're absolutely. Also, I not to
I
share
accepted
chat.
it. I don't know why. Hold on.
What? Really? Let me see if
I did, yeah.
Huh.
Hello, Twitch. Can you do your bloody thing?
Twitch just hates me. It's Mike and Corn on the Cob. Hi, Alexis. Oh, I have the body pillow on. That I forgot I have this Fugi on. I'm sorry.
Oh. There we go.
I forgot I had the body.
Now.
Yay! There's 2 of you, by the way.
Yippee!
Oh no, never mind.
Yippee!
That was an illusion of the mind. Yay!
It's all a trick of the light.
It's all a trick of the light. So how have you been, Alexis and Macaron, of course? Yes, it's working. Yay!
Yay! For the first time in 2-3 weeks.
Forever.
The last part, I don't know.
Yay!
Every single time we do the podcast, we're always like, oh, let's do shared chat. Maybe it'll work this time. No.
Nope.
Nope.
The
It's choosing
simp
not to.
cat boy was cat body feeling. Hey, okay. This is my comfort Fugi, okay? You can make fun of my comfort Fugi.
It's that empty squirrels in my pants.
Exactly. Well, I
Famous
should swap
Phineas and
places.
Ferb a song. If you don't know it, you should know it.
Yeah, there's a squirrel in my pants. There's a squirrel in my pants. And then people are like, oh, yeah. My dad's a squirrel. My teacher is a squirrel. Down into the system, and different Schmitz is like, no, there's a extra. Oh no, that's not the one. No, that's the platypus controlling him, right?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
I confused the songs. I'm a fake fan. I'm a fake fan. Chat.
Right over and watch
It's
me put
so
it down. Honestly, really good show. But yeah, I've been good.
really good.
I've been surviving as I complained to you literally a week ago.
Don't even get me started.
Things are not improving, homie.
I've been working a lot.
They're not improving. Oh man.
I started work a lot. I'm working a lot because of my uh, interchange I'm gonna do next year. I have to do a lot of stuff, so I've been working nonstop. That's why I'm streaming less, chat.
What exactly do you need to do to prep for next year?
So, to get a degree, basically, I just say to get a degree, there's two steps. I need to get enough credits to qualify for my doctorate, and then by the end of my doctorate, I need enough credits to quote unquote graduate.
Hmm.
So to go to my interchange travel, I have to qualify first. I have to qualify for the doctorate.
Mhm.
So I need to get the amount of credits I would need to get in 2 years. I need to get in one. So I get to be sent out in an intern. So I'm basically I have to do twice as much to get twice the credit in half the time.
Oh, hence the
That's how I'm working here.
overworking.
Exactly.
Womp
Exactly.
womp.
Womp womp corn. I have tiny box filled with flowers and flower petals. They're dying, so I'm keeping them to decorate. Oh, that's nice, Alexis.
Wait,
What kind of
Lexus, what
flower?
kind of flowers? Yeah. I wanna
Is it
know.
roses?
I worked with flowers. I work with flowers on occasion. I do bouquets for friends and family.
Hell
You drew out
yeah.
my face! Oh my gosh! I have a little smiley face on my face now.
Nice. That's cool, actually. Let me see.
There's like
Yours.
5 different things you can draw on my face, and they all stay for like a good 2-3 minutes and then like wash away. I like
Mhm.
I like
That's cool.
my new thingies. I'm happy that my kit supplier gave those updates. They're pretty good. They're really funny.
They're really good. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, that's crazy. That's to me, it's like, oh,
What?
you literally have to it's not even working. It's just school. It's credits.
Well, technically, it is my work because I do get paid to
I-
get my
yeah,
degree. So
you're getting
kinda is
paid
work.
to go to school.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah.
To further your
Brazil.
education, Brazil.
We love
Oh,
Brazil, chat.
you say it so like so sarcastically, but it's like, I mean, Brazil's pretty chill.
It's a good country. It's a pretty chill country, honestly. I love
In
Brazil.
any other circumstance, if you were
It's
in the
not
US, I would have
sarcastically.
more pity for you. But you're not.
Yes, exactly.
Uh,
Exactly.
exactly.
And it's been really nice. I'll be having a lot of fun in the lab. There is an exchange. I don't know if I mentioned to you, but there is an exchange student that she came from
China,
the
the Chinese one from France.
China. Yeah.
Ah, yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
exactly. And she now started working the lab. And technically, I didn't have to go to the lab yesterday, but I had to because she was going there, and I was there to be her translator because very few people speak English in our lab. So
You didn't
I
mention
had
that
to
last
be there
time,
as
and
a
I was like, that's kind of funny. The fact
yeah.
that you're the only one. Oh,
Yeah. There is another student as well. She speaks English very well, but she isn't around most of the time. So it has to be me, chat. It has to be me. The forever translator. It has to be me.
hey, this is what you get for being such a big smarty pants, so.
Yeah, I guess it's,
It's a benefit
I'm
in
reaping what I'm
some
sowing.
sense if you think about it.
It kind of
Uh,
is, honestly. It kind of is.
Look, just think about all the friends you get to make,
Oh,
okay?
true. That is fair. I make a lot of friends. The language helped me make a lot of friends. The knowledge of languages, chat. And now I'm learning French, and
Yippee!
I can say je suis un cheval and je suis un chien, which is I am a horse and I am a chicken.
You
Um,
didn't mention that last time because you're learning with Duolingo.
eh. Yeah, let's go.
That's so
Oh,
funny.
also, I need to show you something that I found for D&D.
Mm.
Let me let me find it. Where did I save it? One second,
Quelle
chat. I'll
Dungeons and
find it.
Dragons?
Some Dungeons and Dragons.
Is it a big surprise?
No, it's not a big surprise. It's just a source material that I found.
Mm.
It's called. You can look it up if you want. Flea Mortals.
Flea Mortals?
Flea Mortals is a monster book with monster stat blocks and also monster tactics. And I highly recommend the book if you can get it, chat. But I find a very interesting set of rules that I have for villain party. So villain parties is basically instead of just being creatures, they are a group of creatures. It could be abominations, could be humanoids, yada yada. And he has rules for role playing these villain parties because you fight them as a group, much like your own player party.
Mm.
And it's so good because they also add mechanics that are called villain actions. And the villain actions are special actions that monsters and also the villain parties can do. And it's kind of a combo. Like you can make the monsters from the party move towards somewhere. They can attack together. They can combo out of each other.
Mm.
And I really like it. And I might introduce it to my campaigns because I really like the mechanic.
Oh, this is actually really good. I just read the goblins section because it's literally like the first page, and I was like, wow, it actually goes into detail about it as a creature that you're fighting. Because most of the time,
Yes.
for a goblin, it's just some little green thing that rocks up and causes a ruckus, and that's that. There's nothing else to it.
Yeah.
There's no actual. There's no skittling and war spiders and all this stuff. You just have to figure it out for yourself as a DM. I'm actually so grateful for this. Wow.
It's actually pretty good. It's actually I highly recommend. They do have a free preview, what I think is the first couple chapters. The whole book is 400 pages.
Yeah, there's like 25 pages for the preview. I just downloaded it.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. The villain party is on the paid version, but oh My God, I'm gonna use them.
You should. You really should.
There is this one villain party because they don't have examples. They have full made villain parties. And they have them separated by level tiers. So like there's the third level villain party, the 11th level villain party, and one of my favorites is I think is the let me see, I think is the 12th level villain party. So let me scroll down real quick because I don't remember. No, it's not the 12th level. Is it the 9th level villain party? I need to check. Okay, PDF. Can you work? Thank you. Let me look at their names. I'm scrolling up. Sorry, chat. It's just a lot.
He's cooking. Give him a sec.
I'm cooking. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, this is not that one. This. Yes, they're called I think it's Soul Binders. And 13 level villain party. And what I love about them is because the Soul Binders, from what I'm reading, it's not exactly that, but I'm gonna make that. It's the villain party is not creatures. The villain party are cursed items that possess creatures that equip them, and then they become the creature. It is insane. It's a group of cursed items that work together once a party uses them and attunes to them, and they take over the party. It's so good.
You're gonna fuck them over. I actually adore that.
It's so good. Because literally you can have just this party of evil adventurers, just fight the party, and then the party kills them eventually. You're like, oh, look at their stuff. Let's just grab that stuff, and then the party needs to fight themselves possessed, and it's insanely good.
No, because
I
I
love
love when the first assumption when people in a party they kill like a group of people and then end up taking their stuff. The first assumption for most sessions is the fact that just loot and sell. Cool. Do you know what you're taking? Do you actually know what you're
Yes.
taking off these people? You're gonna be in so much trouble. I'm gonna screw you over. I love being a DM. It's so fun.
It's so fun. I
It's
had a lot
so
of fun last
fun.
time as well.
Oh, did Gumi die?
Last session?
Yeah, because I saw the messages and I was like, what happened?
No, Gumi was just asking because we were talking when he joined the call, and was like, "Oh, who else died in the campaign so far?" Because I run two groups, and I'm like, you're the first." And he was like, "What? I'm the first." It was kind of, oh man,
that doesn't surprise me. He gets very
it was
curious. And I said this to him as well. I was like, you're just curious, honey. And he's like, what? But I'm just doing things. And I was like, I know. And it's costing you. Oh.
I will say though, if it wasn't for the NPC that was helping the party that I placed on the dungeon, more people would have died yesterday because when everybody had like 4 fights, everybody was like down to half hit points. They have spent resources. The NPC that was with them that was also hurt because they were in prison was like, "Hey, how about we rest, right?" And then Lion was like, "Ooh, there's a door," and then they opened the door to the boss of the dungeon. And the boss was a spellcaster. And because the entire party is melee and the only party member who could do something about it was already down, the boss was going to cast a fireball that would absolutely knock at least 2 of them down. or even the whole party. But my NPC had counter spell and countered the fireball. The, the party was really lucky. I decided to put that NPC there with them.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, you gave them a rope, essentially. You got them an opting out.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh man, I would have let them die. I would have.
And the
I would
party
have literally screwed them over. Oh.
and the party was like to Goom's character. Can you stop walking?
Can you just settle for 2 seconds? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It was actually very funny.
That's so funny because that's like Gooby in real life as well. So okay, fun fact about him is that Gooby can't sit still.
Mhm.
He's never been able to sit still. Period. So every single time
Oh,
him and I
that's funny.
call, he's always like wandering around. So literally twice now, like we've video called, and while he's talking to me, if he's not sitting down eating, he's standing up, wandering around his living room, and just walking around in circles. And I'm like, huh. So it does apply to all of your characters then. You do just
Yeah.
you just can't settle, can you? And he's like, I just need to move. I need to do something. And I was like, okay. All right, baby. Whatever
It
you
actually is actually
say.
hilarious. Whatever you say.
Oh, it's so funny how every piece of him, personality wise, just drips into his character.
It do be like that. It do be like that.
I mean, we know this. It happens all the time in D&D, where people are like, "I'm gonna make
Mhm.
this totally unique character that has nothing to do with me," and it is absolutely exactly like that.
And it is exactly like them. Yep.
Uh, yeah, no, that makes so much sense. That that makes me laugh because it's literally what he's like in real life. Is the fact that he just really can't sit still. Oh.
Yeah, Cornelius is like that too because like Cornelius, when I role played him,
Mm.
he's basically an exaggeration of myself.
Yeah.
So he also, of course, a little bit. I also played a little bit because he's an evocation wizard, so I made him very reactive. Like the elements are, and
Ah.
it's actually pretty interesting to role play him.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, he ended up. People say, told me like Corn is just you, but exaggerated.
Yeah,
I was like,
literally.
damn, you're right.
Easier,
Why?
but with more flair.
Mm-hmm.
A little more
And
pizzazz
he
on
did like
top.
that. Exactly, chat.
You should be harsher on them since it's been a couple of sessions now. Now they have to realize how brutal a DM can be. Now they
Yeah,
have to realize
the
the
only
consequences
reason
of their actions.
the only reason I did save them is because the NPC is very selfish, and they were gonna get hit by the fireball too. So they're like,
Um,
I'm gonna counter this. Or oh no, they didn't have absorb elements. If they had absorb elements, probably they'll be like, you know what? Fuck these guys. I'm
yeah.
just gonna protect myself. But she didn't. She didn't have absorb elements.
Screw all of you. It's about me, myself, and I. This is
Yeah,
what you all
literally.
deserved.
Literally. Oh, and
Oh.
Sunday, the party on Sunday will have a very nice game as well.
Yo. But yeah, no, I was going to, cause what was it? Literally 3 hours before you guys had started your session, I called Gumi
Mhm.
and I was like he was like, "Oh yeah, we'll like spend time before I have to go to my session." I was like, "Yippee!" And he was like, "Do you want to join?" And I did say to him, I had to express to him that I was going to just listen in, but then I was like, I won't be able to hold back. I won't be able to keep my mouth shut. That's my problem, is the fact that I can't spectate because of how much of a DM I am watching these
You
things
have to
happen.
comment.
I have to comment. It's like I don't want to comment. I don't want to ruin that for Korn because he's handling the situation perfectly fine. It's more. It's not about him. It's not about you and how like you DM because you DM perfectly well. It's about the players
Mhm.
and me
Yeah,
nitpicking
yeah.
them, and it's like, oh, why are you doing this? You're setting yourself up, and he wants you to set yourself up. What the hell are you doing? Oh my gosh.
It's like a what's the name of it? Like a sports fan watching a team play.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I would not be able to sit still. I would actually get so irritated because I'd be like, bro, I can literally watch all of his moves. I know what he's doing. Second guess him. You have to second guess him. You shouldn't trust him. Ah!
Oh man. That's pretty fun. To be fair, the party is learning to be not so trustful. I like Loaf's character, Balder
Mm.
Bash, because Balder Bash is I wouldn't say stereotypical, but he takes a lot of tropes of like robot characters that they're like they don't have malice and they don't have empathy sometimes,
Yeah.
and they just they just do stuff. So like yeah, everything that people say to Balder Bash is like it just takes that as face value. It's like okay, this is what it is then, and I love that for him.
That's another
And
piece of Loaf though as well. That's very much Loaf's personality. He just takes it at face value.
I see, I see. Oh, the flower is a jasmine, a white rose, and a permitted bean flower. Bean flower, I don't know that
Welcome back, Alexis.
one. Welcome back, Alexis.
I love jasmines.
Bean
Jasmines smell
flower.
very nice. That's majority, if I'm recalling correctly, it's a majority of white flowers that you're in possession of. Which jasmine and rose unfortunately cannot be dried. I've never worked with permitted bean flowers. Or white? Okay, yeah, I was right. All
You do
white
be like that.
flowers are really nice. As much as people would detest that sometimes, they would be like, "Oh, ew!" Like put a little bit of color in it. No, no,
There's
no,
no
no, no.
color. Oh,
The simplicity of like white roses and baby's breath in a small bouquet because I did it for one of my friends for her bridesmaids for her wedding. Actually, really nice. Like honestly, really cute, especially for the moment. So I dig it. And also for baby's breath as well, for those who don't know, you can actually dry baby's breath and it'll maintain itself for like a good 4 weeks. So
oh,
there's that for
really?
you. Yeah, so the whole idea is
That's
that
interesting.
if you have any leftover baby's breath from like your bouquets, the idea is to flip them upside down and to dry them out for like I think it's about 24, 48 hours. And then you've got yourself a permanent little bunch of baby's breath. What are
That's
you
cool. That's
going through
cool.
my my reward
I
for?
have 30k points. I was like, I need to save for end the stream button.
Yeah, I did that on
I need to
purpose because I
save.
was like, no, I don't make it easy. I'm not that kind of girl. I don't make it easy.
I see, I see. Oh, Chimera,
Hi,
hello.
Mira. Jess used to be a florist and she hates baby breath with a passion. I do remember that. I do remember her saying that she disliked it. It's also it makes sense because it gets everywhere once it dries. Like literally, you'll have like white little petals rocking up all
I'm
over the
gonna
place for
look
ages.
because I don't know baby's breath. Let me look if it's called something else in Portuguese.
The other word for it is jip. There's like a longer name for it. I like working with it because it fills a bouquet out a lot better. Dislike is an understatement.
Oh, yes, yes. I've seen this. I've seen this flower, but let me see in Portuguese. How do you say it?
How do
Simple.
the
I don't want a
Brazilians say
simple
it?
English. What do you mean simple English?
Huh?
What's the difference? No, there is English in Wikipedia. There is English and there is simple English. What's the difference?
It's
Oh, it's just
simple.
like it's a summarized version of the Wikipedia page. That's stupid. That's not a language. Oh my god.
Simple English is a language.
You said it's called Gip? Maybe maybe
Yeah.
I'm gonna Gipsophila. Gipsophila.
Yeah.
Flor, which is flower in Portuguese. Gipsophila. We called it mosquitinho, which translates to little fly.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Because of what it looks like. I
Yeah,
can see,
exactly.
okay, I can see the I can see the huh. Mosquitinho, that's actually very cute of a name.
Yeah, I like using them in arrangements because it literally, if there's a lot of space left over, I can just put it in to fill out a
Mhm.
bouquet.
Yeah, and because it's very like very small, like the flower itself is very small. It can fit like if you get small branches, it can fit anywhere actually.
No, exactly. It's really good as an accent flower, which is why like roses I usually like to use as a main flower because sometimes the roses that I get are pretty bulky. So they are
Hmm.
honestly most people when it comes to bouquets, especially if you're having a simple wedding, don't want a lot of a main flower. And they already understand the fact that there shouldn't be a lot of it anyways. There should only be a few of the main flower, and then the rest should just be the foliage and any other accent small flowers surrounding it to make it kind of like bloom, I guess, per se, if
Makes
that's what
sense.
we want. Which I very much appreciate. With like the 3, 4 weddings that I've done,
Uh
I'm very grateful that my friends have all been like, "No, I just want it to be simple." I'm like, "Oh, thank goodness you're not a bridezilla."
huh.
Because the day I have to wipe for a bridezilla, I'm out. You can't pay me enough to do that. Oh,
Bridezilla is a very specific name that makes a lot of sense. I love it. It's
yeah.
Bridezilla.
Well, for you to explain it more to you because I don't know if they have like a similar word to call it in Portuguese.
Hmm.
Bridezilla's basically obviously Godzilla and a bride. It's the case of a girl who, for her wedding, is pretty much like the most demanding person in that room, dictating everything and anything. She basically becomes a Karen for her own wedding.
Oh, I see. I see. I see. We don't have a
Yeah.
word for that. We do not.
Yeah. Just a pain in the ass. That's the best way to describe it, a pain in the ass. Bye, Mira! Have fun with your Stargate!
Bye. Bye.
But yeah, that's pretty much the whole concept of a bridezilla. That's what the scariest part about floristry is for me anyways, is that the potential
Uh-huh.
of me going into the wedding market. The wedding market itself, expensive. The people who spend that money on those kinds of things, sometimes crazy. Sometimes they're pretty cool. Other times they're like,
Uh-huh.
"Whoa, you're a lot. You'll settle down." Oh my
Settle
goodness.
down. Settle down.
Yeah, relax. Oh my goodness. I know your wedding is coming up in 8 months, but jeez. The best you can do for yourself is to calm down because if you keep freaking out at me, I'm going to freak out. Oh my gosh.
That is fair. That is fair. Uh yeah, people get really different on their marriage, right?
Oh
On their
yeah.
marriage day, I guess.
Marriage day
It's
and the
the
lead up as
wedding.
well.
Yeah, the wedding. It's crazy. It's crazy. I remember, and not only that, like I remember from my ex's mother wedding.
Mm,
Uh, and I was close because it was my ex's mother, and
yeah.
we helped her a little bit, and she didn't get like stressed out or crazy or became a Karen. But most of the problems that happened came from the catering and the place that she rented. Uh, for
Um,
example, my mom, because my mom is a candy maker. My mom make the sweets and the desserts for the wedding,
mm,
and she made like little bite-sized cups of chocolate with crystals on top of them. It was really nice, very elegant desserts. and sweets for a wedding, and she made 3 boxes of them. Only one box was served during the ceremony, and the one box was left in the bride's room, so the bride and everybody that went there could eat. But the third box was supposed to also be served to the guests. Disappeared, and we assume the
What?
catering group took for themselves. We're pretty sure they did, because people were questioning like, the sweets are gone. They went out pretty fast, and my mom was happy because she thought they ate through 2 boxes, but no. Apparently, they hid one of the boxes. The catering business they hid one of the boxes for themselves.
That is so unprofessional. What the hell?
That's
Oh my
insane,
goodness.
right?
Yeah,
That's
it
insane.
is.
That was. I remember that. I remember that.
What? Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah, and of course, who my ex was mad at after, I guess, a punching bag. But I digress. That's another story.
Wait, she was mad at you? What?
Because it's not that she was mad at me, it's because she would let out her stress of the situation on me. So I got the short end of the stick, like always. Yeah,
Oh,
very good
what?
relationship chat. Very good relationship chat, by the way. Very good.
What the
I'm joking. It was not good.
fuck?
But the story itself is pretty bad. Yeah, they took a whole box.
Bruh, if you're stressed out about something, you don't take it out on someone, you vent. You don't.
One would say so, one would think, right? One would
What?
think.
At that point, honey, you need to like see a therapist.
Oh yes, yes. Back in the day when we were together, I said that multiple times. You need to get a therapist. You're not right on your head. But she never did, and probably she never will. I'm so glad I'm out of that situation.
You
I'm
know
so
what's
glad I got
funny,
out.
right? Now that we're mentioning this, it just reminded me. So
Mhm.
I have a group chat with me, Cad, my best friend, and one of my other close friends as well. All of us are going to the Sunflower Festival next week.
Nice.
I sent a video into our group chat
Hmm.
of the I don't know if you know the Roblox game Granny, where it's like this granny that chases you
The horror
down.
game?
Yeah, the horror
Yeah,
game.
I know
Yeah.
about it.
So it's Granny like dancing in the middle of the room, and it's to Neo's closer, and literally the caption above it is it's like what? It's
Yeah.
like I know a place and I'll drop him off at a therapist. It's like real. I would too.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep. Literally.
that's what you should have done.
Therapy is good for you,
You should
Chad.
you should
Yeah,
have
I
done that.
should have done that. There is literally like
Oh.
there is no detriment of doing therapy. Like the only good thing is gonna come out of therapy. Of course, if your therapist is good and if you guys you and your therapy have a good connection, because sometimes therapy doesn't work because the person and the therapist they don't work together.
Yeah.
But if you find a therapist that works out for you, there's only positive things that can come out of that chat. So make sure to look for therapy. Everybody needs therapy at some point in their life.
I'm a lot of people's free therapist, but that's a story for another
True, me too.
time.
Me too.
That's a story for another time.
Oh no.
I don't know. I think because you and I have similar personalities in some cases, we just like
Hmm.
helping people, but then we don't realize
Yeah.
that we're in a bad situation for helping
Yes.
some people.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, yeah. That I don't think that happens as often nowadays. It used to happen a lot
Oh
more
yeah, yeah,
when I
for
was
sure.
younger. But yeah, sometimes I give my advice and tell people, but I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not licensed. So if you need professional help, probably seek professional help. I'm not professional.
I am not professional help. I am simply the common
Yeah,
sense that you should have had.
yeah,
But once again,
literally, yeah,
apparently common sense is a luxury and I'm not allowed to ask you of that.
exactly. I know, right?
What the fuck?
But it's fine. It's fine. We do be like that.
Colin, it is not fine if it's at the cost of our well-being. So what do you mean?
Okay, yeah, no, that's a good point. If it is doing if it's doing something bad to us, then it's not fine. Then we also have to take a step back sometime.
Yeah, like giving unsolicited advice. Yes, you don't have to take it. Like you're not entitled to.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you are going to be somebody who ignores the signs when there is a situation that is bad and everybody else around you is telling you, yo, fix your act up, it's causing problems, and you still refuse to see what's going on,
The reason. Mm-hmm.
bruh, you well and truly are
Yeah,
the problem.
yeah. No, at that point, yes. At that point, for sure. And sometimes people don't see themselves as a problem, and they just double down,
Mm,
and it can get really messy depending on the situation.
yeah. I mean, granted, like we've always said, people aren't perfect. We know that. We're very aware of that. It is
Mm-hmm.
though a case of where sometimes you want to help a friend, the friend isn't exactly helping themselves. You step away from that situation because you can clearly see that, well, I'm just getting hurt in the process of this as well. And then they come running for you because before you were a solid rock for them. Now that solid rock is gone and they realize that and they're like, wait, no, I need you. And it's like, clearly
That's
not.
bad. Yeah.
You don't need me considering the fact that I was here when you needed me. You didn't take my unsolicited advice as you could have. It's hurting me to watch you go through this, so I'm going to step back and not do anything about
Step
this.
back. Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
not my job to
Which,
watch the car wreckage over and over again, okay? At some point it kind of gets mundane, and that's when it gets really sad.
yeah, you can only help people. Like you can. God damn, the expression left my brain. But like, you can only help so much. That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You can only help up to a certain point until the person accepts your help
Mm,
or does something about it.
yeah.
Uh, I've said that I was talking to a friend of mine about something else, but there is a phrase that I've heard recently that I told them,
Mm,
and I think it works pretty well with most things, which is it's really hard to argue with someone that is smart, knowledgeable, and has emotional intelligence,
mhm.
but it is impossible to argue with an idiot.
That's
So
true, actually.
yes, it's impossible because if they don't see reason, if they don't take up your words, if they don't engage with what you're saying, then there's no point having the conversation because nothing is gonna happen. They're not gonna change. They're not gonna take your advice. They're not gonna try to fix
Mm,
whatever problem it is. So if you're advising someone, and if time again you tell them what they should do, or if you give them good advice and they ignore it or double down, then there's no point in insisting on it.
mm.
Just let them break their face, as we say in Portuguese. Let them break their face, and then they realize with tough love.
That's actually really good.
Yeah, we say quebrar a cara, which means break your face. It has to happen if they can't listen. And I understand because I was somewhat in that situation because, well, technically it's kind of different because I was in an abusive relationship, and there is the blindness of an abusive victim.
Yeah.
They Because their self esteem and their self worth and their confidence on themselves are brought down by the abuser.
Mm, mm.
They feel like they have to defend them, and because they feel like if they're gone, there's not going to be anybody else in their life. And I talked to my mom. My mom says, I told you multiple times about your ex, and you never listened to me, and now you see. And indeed, yes, now I see because I got out of that situation, and it's
Mm-mm.
something that is very real. But unless it's an actual abusive relationship where the person is basically a victim, and they're just not listening to advice of a problem in their life, then yeah, sometimes you just have to let them go and let them break their face.
Yeah, which is also really, really tragic and sad, especially if it's a domestic violence case of where it's like, but in
Hmm.
most of those situations, in a sense, I would honestly say that your situation was pretty much a domestic violence case.
Even though it wasn't physical, yeah.
Yeah, it's still verbal, it's still mental, and it's still pretty bad
Hmm.
either way.
Mhm.
But
It is
even
true.
so, it's like that still is in a way a domestic violence kind of case of where it is a situation of where you're stuck and you don't know how to get out. A lot of people in those cases as well, they don't leave because of many various reasons. Some of them being because they
Hmm.
don't know how to get out, other reasons being because they simply don't see, or in another case as well, they feel that they can fix this person. Which I was talking funny we bring this up actually. I was talking about it with
Hmm.
Love the other day because I was explaining to him the concept of a situationship. By the way, to everybody, a situationship not real, shouldn't even be real, but the fact that we actually have a name for this thing is crazy,
Wait, isn't a
stupid.
situationship is just like before dating is like the steps before dating? Isn't that what a situationship is?
No. Oh my god. You know what's funny? He thought the exact same thing. It's worse. It's so much worse.
So, okay, so is it like a non-exclusive kind of like friends with benefits? Is that what it is then?
Kind of, but I want to say it's a lot more worse than even that as well. The best way to describe it
Wow.
is more of like, I guess, explaining it to you in a situation. So, say for
Mhm.
example, you're very much a very loving kind of guy, really looking for
Mhm.
somebody genuine for like your like to share your life with. That's just who you are.
Mhm.
That's what you live by. Those are your standards, and you are looking for someone to share that life with. Say
Uh-huh.
a girl comes into your life, and essentially you both quote unquote start dating with the assumption that she is looking for the exact same thing as you are. This is the part of where situationships become miscommunicated. You realize later on down the line that what your intentions are do not align with hers. She is simply with you for the
Oh.
fact of she doesn't want the title, she doesn't want the quote unquote commitment to it. She just thinks she's having fun. Meanwhile, for you, you want more. You have been explicit
Oh, I
about
see.
wanting more, and you thought that that's what that was. And she
And they
comes in
never
and she
had
was
the
like,
talk.
"No, that's not what it is at all." That's in a nutshell,
I see.
in a very particular case, that can be a situationship of where it's a miscommunication between two people, a party realizing that they're not going to get what they want out of this person, and in that case, it would be, for example, a loving relationship, somebody who actually wants that title, somebody who wants to
Mhm.
be with you on that same molecular scale.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. And they're not upfront about, oh, that's not what I want. I
Yeah.
see. That's actually bad. That's
Yeah.
actually a very bad
Yeah,
situation.
exactly. This is what I had to explain to Loaf because it was a case of where he didn't understand that concept. This is what I mean. Situationships are not real. They have a name. We've given them a name simply because they are things that have
Hmm.
happened, reoccurring cases, but it's not a real thing. It's simply of there are too many people who are going through this situation, so much so of where even they realize that this isn't real. This isn't a real relationship.
Mhm.
I'm not really with this person, but I want this with this person, and they won't give that to me.
That's sad.
Yeah, exactly. So it is, like you said before, it is sometimes a case of it looks like friends with benefits on the outside, but granted, bear in
Uh-huh.
mind the people who are in that relationship, one of them thinks that this is as real as it gets for them. One of them
Oh,
in this
no.
situation genuinely believes that things could get better, that things could change, that the other person could change their mind. But
Mhm.
the other person is very much set on this case of I'm not looking for anything serious. The tragedy about this too is that the person who doesn't want anything quote unquote serious
Mhm.
is doing serious things with this other person who does want a serious relationship.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's the
Okay,
worst
I
part about a
see, I see.
situationship is the fact this is why we talk about situationships and how people should get out of them. And in fact, they shouldn't be in them in the first place, is that you should always set your boundaries, tell a person what you want. Because if you get
And
stuck in this
expectation.
Yeah, exactly. If you get stuck in a situation like this, it's gonna hurt bad.
Mhm.
And the worst part too is that you get attached very, very hard to this person. And the second they're like, that's
Yeah.
not what I want, yeah, it's not
Uh,
pretty. It's not
and
good.
then, like, yeah, and then you have no world. Your world falls apart because you had oh,
Yeah,
no.
because it is in a case there is some sort of delusion to it. And like I said, a part of situationships is usually because it wasn't communicated. That's something that sometimes also hasn't happens. But other times there are communications that are made, there are hopes and dreams that are diminished, and it's just a really sad situation. Watching people go through it is hard. Going through it yourself, even worse. Like,
Yeah, imagine,
ugh.
yeah. That's why communication is very important, chat. Even if you're not looking for anything serious,
Mm,
if you like, if you chat, if you find someone that you're interested in, but you don't want to have anything serious with them, just say that. Just communicate with that because maybe yes, maybe you might lose them and they don't want to have anything with you, but
mm.
maybe they also will have something that's not serious with you, and then you both of you are happy and both of you know your boundaries and all of that.
But also,
So
in a more simple light as well, don't say
mhm.
you don't want something and then treat it like you do. That's
Yes.
annoying.
Yeah, also, yeah, be truthful. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to meet up with like if you want to don't have anything serious with someone, then don't go meet their parents or something like that. Maybe don't do
Yeah.
that.
Well, see,
Because I've
another
seen that
ca-
before. I've seen that happening
another
before.
case of this, by the way, this is another scenario of what can happen too. Is that
Hmm.
you realize that this is a situationship, so the case of one party wanting one thing, another party wanting a different thing.
Hmm.
The case of where, say, for example, you're like, okay, so we go back to the case of you're the one who wants something real, the other girl is the one who doesn't want something and is just not really committed and is,
Hmm.
playing around essentially. Say, for example, if that's the case of where it's not defined as to what your relationship is and apparently it means nothing to them, you open up your eyes and decide to go look for what you want elsewhere. And that ends up offending the other person. The part that I cannot understand and fathom is
Hmm.
why the other person is upset about a thing that they weren't committed to in the first place. That pisses me off. Why are you so
Yeah,
upset
no,
about
that's
something that you yourself said that, oh, I don't want anything serious? Okay, all right, I'm gonna go and find something serious then. If this was nothing to you, then I'm done.
yeah. Then the person is mad. Why are you leaving me? I
Yeah,
see. I see. That's
yeah,
that's yeah. That
that's
sucks.
all too common in a situationship. It happens so much. that, like I said, like this is the point I was trying to get to, is that I was explaining it to Love and how, in a similar light, domestic violence and situationships have similar scenarios. Which
I
is
see.
it's literally just in a very sad way. It's literally somebody using someone else, and the other person not
So
realizing
bad.
that that's what's happening.
Yeah, no, I understand completely. I didn't know that was what situationships meant.
Yeah,
I thought that situationships was basically friends with benefits, but that's actually that opens a lot of a can of worms. If
yeah.
that's what
Friends
happened.
with benefits is obviously more of an agreement in that case. If you
Casual
both end
is
up
agreement,
liking
yeah.
yourself, like if you both end up liking each other in the end, whoop-de-doo, whatever, it happened. Who could have thought?
Whoop-de-doo.
Who could have thought this would happen?
Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, whoop-de-doo. That's on you two, is that you had an established relationship that you both agreed to. That's generally what happens in friends with benefits. In a situationship, it's nothing like that at all. It's an emotional roller coaster that pains you for so long. Some people don't get out of it, hence why I liken it to domestic violence, or where it is a case of where they think that they can change the situation, they think that they can fix the situation, and they just simply cannot. And not realizing that they can't do that.
Would you say it's one-sided then? Like situationships are one-sided?
Kind of, but also, like I said to you before, it's complicated in the sense of it's one-sided verbally, but emotionally and mentally, it's definitely not. And I think that's more of the case of why people stay in those situations, is that they're getting something out of it. They're getting the thing that they want for both sides, whether it's real or not. And that's why they stay, is the fact that there is still something to gain from this, but also for the person who wants something real, it's also not beneficial to them. And they don't realize that until they get out, and that the fact that there is somebody out there for them who does want exactly what they want.
I understand. Okay, that's actually news to me. I didn't know that was that's what
Yeah.
real situationship meant.
Literally, I could go on and on about it all day, because I didn't realize, you not realizing that that's what a situationship is also a crazy thing to me, at the fact that a lot of people don't realize that situationships are a thing. Like I said, they shouldn't be real. There shouldn't be a definition for this, but there is, unfortunately.
Because there's so much of it happening that now has a name for it.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. We shouldn't even be normalizing this, but unfortunately we are, simply because it happens too often. Because people are entering the dating market wanting real love, real genuine love. And then there's a large portion of people who are just looking for a fun time. If you want a fun time, go get it somewhere else. There are people out here who want something real, who want companionship, who want someone who will commit to them. Why are you out here causing problems? Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Man. It's a harsh world out there.
It is a harsh
world out there. Yeah, but yeah, it's complicated. It is complicated.
Let me virtually put a hand on your shoulder, Colin, and let this resonate with you. Let this be a reflection of any of your current and future relationships that may occur. Think about what you want and commit to that. Don't go looking for something cheap, because you are not. One, that's not what you're valued at. Number two, literally, I truly believe this as well. There's a saying amongst a lot of girls, is that if the kind of love I want exists because I exist. Which I live by that. I totally believe in that.
Nice.
Because that makes a lot of sense. The kind of love that I've always wanted, I get with Gumi now. It takes a lot of hard work,
Ah.
and like I knew that that's what it would be because it was having to allow him to open up to someone he's never opened up to before. He's actually never opened up to a lot of different people. And for him to grow with me and for me to be able to grow with him, that's what I've always wanted, is someone who was committed and loyal to me and actually, wanted to grow as a person with me and to be able to realize that I could love him the same way that he should learn to love himself. That is what I've always wanted, and I've always known that my kind of love has also existed because I exist, and I found it with him. Same situation with you. Your kind of love exists because you exist. There is someone out there who definitely wants exactly what you want, or at least has some
Mhm.
similar interest in what you want. Because that's the other thing as well that I've always believed too when it comes to love and romance is the fact that you should find someone who is half similar to you, not entirely similar to you, who has
Mhm, mhm.
certain interests as you do, but also is somebody who challenges you. It shouldn't be someone who makes things easy for you. There should be cases of where sometimes you do have to compromise. You do have to come to a crossroads and
The
have to,
terms.
yeah, you have to come together to basically hold hands at a crossroads and ask yourselves, which way do we go now? Because we can't split up from here. We're literally one team. So wherever you go, I go.
Mhm.
Which has also
Interesting.
been
That's that.
a thing that I've had to
Mhm.
to, to teach Gumi as well. Because this is all new to him. This is all very unfamiliar to him. He's in foreign grounds when it comes to this kind of thing. He's never done this before. So learning
Which
all
is
of it
fair.
with me and me having to remind him that you and I are a team. We are in this together. Wherever you go, I go. Whatever decision you make, and if it's hard, I will be there to support you every step of the way as you have supported me every step of the way. I am not going anywhere.
Mhm,
That
mhm,
is
mhm.
a genuine, real case of love from me, and the fact that he understands that is also a genuine case of him loving me as well. Is the fact that he gets that and trusts that out of me and expects that from me as much as I expect it from him. It's
Oh, they're so
real.
beautiful.
It's real.
Ah.
Trust me. It is real. There are days of when I'm irritated at him and I get annoyed at him and he gets annoyed at me. It's a real thing that
It happens.
happens. It happens.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, if we're able to come back to each other and be able to reconcile and be able to, improve upon that, which we have been doing, and it's honestly one of the more beautiful things about our relationship is the fact that he makes his attempts and he tries as hard as he does. I make my attempts and try as hard as I do. And it's simply for the both of us, for this relationship that we both have. That's literally,
That is beautiful.
yeah, that's literally how it should always be.
Mhm,
You should never
mhm.
have to compromise on anything else in that kind of situation of where it should just be a simple agreement between two people understanding that I want you as much as you want me. So therefore, work with me here. Fight for me.
I understand. No,
Yeah.
yeah, that's actually that is something that I think every person, every couple should strive for.
Mm.
That kind of connection. And yeah, that is, of course, that is something that I want at some point. And I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the
Yeah.
words of advice. It was really good.
Find somebody who challenges you. Somebody who on occasion may make you want to rip your hair out, but also makes you realize certain things. Because it's crazy what I
Mhm.
make Gumi realize and what he makes me realize.
That is good. That is good because you guys are building off of each other, and
Yeah.
that's how a relationship grows. You guys are building yourselves together, and yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah. Like, it literally should just be that case all the time for a lot of people. But once again, some people don't perceive love the way that I do, and Gumi is very new to this stuff as well. So he's still learning about a lot of it as well. So it's having to be really patient with
Hmm.
him and allowing him to get used to this kind of environment, which he's getting used to very, very well. It's been almost 6 months for him and I. and he's doing a very good
Mhm.
job. A crazy good job, actually.
Nice. I'm happy
Yeah.
for you too.
So one of these days, I actually hope that for Loaf as well, for the both of you to find some kind of happiness with the girl, not the girl of your dreams, because she might not even be the girl of your dreams. She'll come in like a thunderstorm, and and she'll flip it upside down.
You're right, you're right.
She'll
I'm
come
gonna
in
be honest, chat.
unexpectedly and smack you, and you'll literally get so caught off guard. Because that's what it was with me. I didn't think I was going
Mhm.
to like grooming as much as I did, and then it literally did just come in randomly on a Tuesday, and I was like, oh no, fuck, what am I gonna do? And didn't mean for this to
Literally.
happen. Ah.
No, it's completely understandable. And I'm gonna be honest, chat. I think the girl of my dreams is probably a very bad person.
No. I mean, okay, yeah, honestly, yeah. This is the
Yeah.
other thing that him and I discussed,
Yeah.
is the fact that usually your type and who you want
Mm-hmm.
is
Are
not is
different.
not well, not that, not just that either. There's your type, who you want, and who you need. You should never be chasing after what you want. You
Oh,
should always be chasing after necessity. Somebody who,
I
like I said,
see.
challenges you and helps you be better than what you currently are.
I see. I
Yeah.
see. That's interesting. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Because the second you end up in a relationship and the first thing you think to yourself is, I'm content, I'm satisfied, and it's literally been like a couple of days, that's when you realize that, oh no, I'm not moving. I'm not improving, and that's not good.
Mm,
The-
yeah, no, I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from.
They should be somebody who brings some kind of enlightenment to you or encourages you to be a better person. They can accept you for who you
Mm-hmm.
are, and that's perfectly okay. That should be a starting point, of course. But later on down the
Mm-hmm.
line, if you still are the same person you were 5 months ago, and this person has literally brought nothing to the table for you,
Mm-hmm.
it's time to start to ask questions. It's time to ask yourself if this is truly how you want to live for the rest of your life. No change, no improvement, literally no movement whatsoever. You're stagnant.
Damn.
Yeah.
Very deep thoughts. Very deep thoughts right now.
Well, I think I've always thought this way about relationships,
Mm-hmm.
and I've always stuck this out with grooming too. It's the reason why I've always thought this way was because it happened with my parents as well. Is that when mum and
Oh,
dad
I
got
see.
married, I think mum really felt that the relationship she was having with dad was very stagnant because their first few years of marriage was very much her looking after me and my sisters and her having to encourage dad to,
Mm-hmm.
be a father to us. Which is why, like, the relationship between me and my dad is it's rough, but he's doing his best to improve it now as an adult because he has his regrets not doing that when we were
Mm-hmm.
younger.
Mm-hmm.
That's the case of where he is changing, is the fact that they've been
I
married for
see.
almost 30 years and he is now improving. My mother encourages him to do better because that's what their marriage and their love has been based on, is the fact that I can't be here with you if you can't be a better person, if you can't change.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
there have
understand.
been there have been days of where she has walked out on him, where she has been so frustrated with him at the fact that he doesn't do better and that he doesn't change, to a point of where she has left the house for a couple of hours. And it has been sad to watch that, but also to watch them both still be able to come back together and be able to sort things out, and for dad to
Mm-hmm.
improve upon that. I guess
Mm-hmm.
is kind of what I've always wanted, is somebody who understands that change is inevitable and you have to accept it, or else I can't be with you. Yeah.
Oh, that is fair. That is
Yeah.
very fair. There's a very it's a very nice. No, I wouldn't say nice, but it's a very mature way to engage in a relationship.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's very good. That's very good. I will keep that
Yeah.
in mind
Well, because also
for
having
the
to remember
future.
as well is that contentment doesn't come at the beginning. Contentment comes at the end when you're retired and you have nothing else to do and you're waiting to die. That's when contentment happens.
Jesus. Okay, Macaron.
Look,
Okay.
it's true. It's true. Life is forever changing. It's constant. You cannot escape it. You have to live.
hmm
And a lot of people's ideas of living is being on the edge, which I think is absurd because you're only given one chance to live. And if you're going to fuck it up, then cool. Don't bother there. Choose not to do anything then. By all means, you can do whatever you want. But just
The
bear in
free country.
mind, well, yeah, it is a free country, but bear in mind at the end of the day, you are also somebody who's making experiences and you only get to do
Mhm.
this once in a lifetime. And if you're going to choose to
What's
not
honest?
experience anything and just continue to be stagnant for the rest of your life, what is the point of living?
No, that's fair.
Mm,
That's a very good approach to life.
yeah.
Very, very good messages today in the Snack Time podcast chat.
Number one. Message number one. If you are going to fall in love, let it be somebody who understands you, completely is there to support you, but also challenges you. Number two,
Mhm.
don't live life stagnant, static. Don't live it like that because you're not living. You're just simply existing.
You're existing in this realm. I
Yeah,
see.
you've been given a life. At least, do something with it. It doesn't have to be anything too significant to everybody else. It can be significant to you. That's accomplishment enough. That's okay. But at least do something about it. Cause it sucks when you get to like
It's
your 40s, your 50s, or like even when you're 80 and you realize that time has gone by and you did nothing. It sucks to have that feeling. Granted,
yeah.
remember that like for us, we're in our 20s. Korn's about to be in his 30s, but even so, that's not a chance for him to be
Yep.
like, "Oh, my life is over," which is another thing I've realized as well recently with a lot of people is that by the time they're
A lot
close
of
to
people
hitting
think
their
that, yeah.
30s, it's that my life is over kind of situation. It's like it's not over. It's literally just beginning. Your 20s is experimental time because you just got out of high school. You don't have a schedule. You don't have somebody telling you what to do all the time. Your 20s is about you figuring it all out. Even if you don't have it all
Mhm.
sorted, your 30s is taking those experiences that you made in your 20s in those 10 years and applying them in your next 10 years.
Mhm,
And
mhm,
even
mhm.
then, it's a perfect time to continue growing as well. You're not going to learn it all in your 20s. In fact, you'll still be learning in your 30s. Hell, you should still be learning by the time you're 50 or
All
60.
the yeah, all the time, yes.
Yeah. A lot of people don't have it sorted out, and it's okay that they don't have it sorted out. It's okay as well if you're going through an early 20s crisis. I've been through plenty of them. I've been through 10 thus far. And, it sucks.
10?
I've been through 10 like mid-20s crises and I'm not even 25 yet. I don't turn 25 until next year.
Damn.
And I've been through
I don't think you
so
ever
many crises.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever been in a crisis, I think.
Well, it's coming around the corner,
It's time
sir.
it's time to start,
Yeah,
It's
it's
time to
time to
have
start
a
having
crisis.
one. Look, I personally think that crises and, catastrophe,
Uh-huh.
we shouldn't just allow it to consume us. We should just, be able to look back on it and think about it.
I improved from this.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
that's the what you take away, I see.
Yeah, exactly. Is that yeah, it happened. That sucked. Man, wish I didn't have to go through that. And some people do believe that, yeah, I didn't have to go through that in order to get to my peace. Sometimes you do have to go through it to get to your peace. It's just life. That's just the way it is. But also remembering that when you go through a crisis, it's okay because you come out on the other
Mm-hmm.
side knowing better and convincing yourself,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully, in a more positive way. Sometimes in a negative way, regardless of what way you end up thinking about it, you end up changing. You end up making your
Mm-hmm.
choice. The worst
Yeah,
thing you
no,
can do in a
absolutely.
crisis is not choose.
Yeah, which doesn't let you get out of the crisis until you make a choice.
Yeah.
So that's a good point as well.
Yeah. Actually, the worst thing you can do in life, period, is not make a choice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because you're literally made to make choices. This is the thing as well about being a human being. I don't care if people think that this is like too religious. It's not me bringing out like religion or whatever. It's simply at the fact of our
Mm-hmm.
existence. I don't care what you believe in. Your existence though is to purely experience, to understand, and to live. You have been given choices. You are allowed to make choices. Your existence
Mm-hmm.
defines your choices. So make the
And you
choices. So do them.
Yeah, no, I see. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, and life is made of choices. Like everything happens because a choice was made. So
Yeah.
yeah, makes sense.
Granted,
It's
some
a,
of
it's
those
a, it's a
choices are
nice,
not
it's a
your
nice,
choices, and that's okay.
mm,
But so
it's a
long as
nice
you made yours.
philosophy to
Yeah.
live by.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I said, I'm turning 24 this year, and I've gone through plenty of crises to, maybe not to last me a lifetime, but I've been through enough for them to make me think about things, and I'm like, you know what? This is not worth doing.
Mm-hmm.
This is not worth like glooming about. And I can say that all I want, and I'm still gonna come back to glooming eventually because that's just the human experience, is just going up and down all the time. That's fine.
It's a roller coaster,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah. It's always gonna
Up
be
and
like that.
down.
That's just how it is. But so long as I make a choice at the end of the day, so long as I have decided what I want to do, who I want to be, and how I'm going to live my life, that's all that
Mm-hmm.
matters, really. Am
Yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
am I gonna live in hiding? No, because that's not living. Am I going to go out there and commit heinous crimes? No, because I would not like to rot in jail. I-
Yeah, exactly. Because there are consequences to your choices.
that too.
Exactly.
Welcome back to Dungeons and Dragons, the first concept agency.
Welcome back. Yes.
uh,
There is consequences to your choices.
yes, which is the
No,
other
but you're
point. So
right.
yeah.
I should stop pulling punches in D&D from now on. I should make the
You are the
I
wall of
mean,
consequence. They need to
yeah,
experience it. If they are going to make stupid decisions, they get stupid rewards.
they get stupid rewards. Uh which is actually really interesting because also an arc I had an arc planned because I was pretty sure, well, it might still happen for other reasons, but
Hmm.
I was pretty sure the party would one of the parties, the party from Thursday, which is Gumi's party,
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure they would go on trial somewhat recently because they had an encounter with plasmoids in the beginning of the campaign. I think it was like the second session or first session.
Hmm.
And the story behind those plasmoids, that they're plasmoids that were prisoners from the Plasmoid Intergalactic Federation in the Astro Sea, and they escaped prison and they came to Toril to basically hide. And they were criminals, so they were mugging people in the street, and the party found them and killed them. Well,
Um,
technically self defense because they attacked first, technically.
but
But
does the court agree? Does the jury think that they did it out of self defense?
that's the thing. But that's not the problem. The issue that the Plasmoid Federation came to Toril to investigate is that the prisoners they were found bitten, eaten, and with their brains removed.
Oh no.
Uh, and that's what the party did. The party ate them and removed their brains to cook the
Gumi did
brain.
mention
And
cannibalism. Oh no.
yes, also that because Guman is the one that took the brains to cook. We have Lilac, who's a damper, and she bit them during the fight. Look, sometimes people need snacks, not just
Girl
their
dinner!
greedy near.
Girl
Okay,
dinner!
hi, Raz. Hi, Raz.
Hi,
It was a girl dinner, but you know, the whole point is that the Plasmoid Federation was investigating, even though they were prisoners and probably they did die because they were committing crimes.
Hmm.
The Plasmoid Federation was like, this is such a barbaric way to deal with plasmoid citizens. So we're going to investigate this. And basically, from the last couple sessions, there was this one investigator from the Plasmoid Federation called Oobling.
Mhm.
And there was someone from the Port Leste, which is the city nearby to where the crime happened. A private investigator named Gug. Rod, you're very familiar with Gug. He's a private investigator in this campaign. And they were both investigating the murders. Well, not the murders. The barbaric. There's a way. What is the term that I use? I think it is the desecration of corpses. That's what they were investigating.
Oh.
The desecration of corpses, and they basically, because the party left, you know, cut a couple of clues. They were basically saying that the party was the prime suspect, and they were going to be sent to incarceration for questioning. But they had the party had a card on their up their sleeve. They're like, "Oh, you said they were bit, right? What if you try to match our teeth with the teeth marks found in the body?" And you know, I was like, "Okay, the damper has teeth that are very protuberant, so you know, I got it in the bag." And then Lilac said, "Corn, I want you to summon the rule of cool. What if I can try to retract my vampire fang?" And I was like, you know what? That's very interesting. That's very smart. You can do it. You can attempt to do it. I need a constitution check. You need to roll above a 15. And then she rolled a 2, but she had inspiration. And she used her DM inspiration, rerolled, and got a 20. And I was
Oh
like,
my goodness.
you retract your fangs. And after Oobling and Gug, you know, tried to match the teeth marks, they see it wasn't a match. So basically, I tell them that that was the last lead that they had, and basically the case will grow cold and will be archived. So the party is off the hook for now from being incarcerated. Then I had this whole arc planned for their trial and the NPCs for the court and all of that, and who's gonna be their lawyer and all of that. But you know that might happen in the future. But yeah, because of the players' choices, and it was a very smart choice, they did not face what could be potentially very detrimental consequences. So that's D&D for you guys, Chad.
That explains Mia's tweet then. Because I do recall
Yes.
seeing that tweet, and I was like, what is she talking about? I know she has fangs, but like, retracting? What?
Yes.
And then realizing that,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, y'all ain't real. Nah.
That was, you know, she invoked they said, Court, I want to do this. Can I do this? Like, yeah, sure. That's the rule of cool. And it works. It works in their favor.
Y'all are
But
crazy.
I'm glad.
That's insane that they came up with that. Oh my gosh.
But it was fun. It was really fun. It was
That is
really
thinking
fun.
outside the box, though. I will say I'm genuinely impressed.
Yeah, right? And because I really like Mia as a player, because I mean, I don't know that's a good thing, but I feel like Mia fears NPCs because she doesn't know what they can do. So when I brought up Gug, because Gug, here's the Gug is basically a gimmick NPC that I made.
Mm-mm.
That all that he does is just say Gug. So if you ask him a question, he'll say Gug. If you read his mind, he's going to say Gug. However,
Ugh.
Gug, he is a large creature, so he's 10 by 10.
Oh.
And his art is basically this big burly guy with a cleaver and like a helmet. So he looks very intimidating.
Oh boy.
And here's the thing: he has plus 15 bonuses to insight and perception check. So when the party lied for the first time, and I say, "Oh, roll deception," and they roll like, "Oh, I rolled an 18," and then I rolled Gug, and Gug rolled a 34 insight. They were
Yeah.
like, "Oh shit!" you know? So Mia has been running from Gug as the plague. They showed up in other places, and every time I bring out his token, Mia is like, "Fuck." Oh fuck!
We
It's
gotta
Gug.
go. We gotta go. We cannot be here. We have to leave. What?
So finally, there was the confrontation of like their questioning, and yeah, I think out of fear, she had a really good idea of retracting her fangs, and it
Yeah.
worked. And it worked. I'm very happy about that. Those are the moments that D&D proposes to us, and that's why I love that game.
It's so good. I think it's actually very smart though, yeah, that she did think outside the box just to dodge this dude.
That's just dodge Gug. So
Uh,
private investigator Gug will have no cases. So for now, I'm pretty sure the party will commit crimes at some point
oh
in the
yeah,
future.
they usually do. They usually do.
They-
And it's always going to be that
Uh,
scene, not that scene, the save point in like Life is Strange, of where it's like this decision will have lasting effects and blah blah blah. Like
mhm.
like take that very seriously. Is that yeah? I will make sure it comes back to bite you.
Yes,
Uh
it is really good. Gug is worth fearing. You're absolutely right, Rod.
yeah, with that amount of intelligence with a roll like that, that's crazy.
Yeah, and that's all he has. Like, she, he has like I think he has like 11 wisdom or something like that. I just gave him 15 bonuses to perception and insight. Perception in case people want to sneak out, like sneak away, and insight just in case people lie in front of Gug. And it's so funny because he just says Gug, and in the same tone, monotone. It doesn't matter if he's angry, if he's happy.
Gug.
All he says is Gug, Gug. That's all he
Gug.
says. And I love Gug.
Gug.
Yeah.
He's like a Sherlock Holmes, just
It's really
without
good.
the
It's really
whimsy personality.
good.
Uh,
Kinda, yeah. And let me show you. I don't think you can see it because you're a spectator, but let me show you how I presented him because I have an NPC channel on Discord so people can see
mm.
um, the NPCs that they've met, and let me show you Gug's entry. I'm gonna share my screen, and I'm gonna also share my screen to the chat.
Yippee!
Okay,
What?
let's see. Is this wait next time? I have. Is it monitor one? Okay, it is monitor one. So let me move this away. Grab this cord and put it in here. And now does that show? Yes. Okay. So let me just fix this chat. Okay, so if you go to the not together, which is the parties NPCs,
Mm-mm.
this is Gug's entry. NPC name, Gug. Location, Gug.
Gug.
NPC occupation, Gug. Attitude towards the party, Gug. Notes hidden, Gug. And NPC picture. This is Gug.
Well, that just means it's up to interpretation then.
Yeah, that's it. That's
What's
it.
your favorite
Oh,
color,
and then they
Gug?
met
Gug.
Gug. Yeah, that's all he does. And they kill Bob the Ascended. It's a very fun campaign, chat. It's a very fun campaign. I highly recommend. Highly recommend, chat. Maybe one day I'll stream D&D at some point.
That could have been
Maybe.
me. Ah! Ah!
That video. It's okay. We'll get more opportunities to play.
Ah! I've literally been talking about it with Kat, and I've been like, man, I need to play some D&D. I went all of last year without playing it because I was so busy. 2023 was probably the last time I ever played D&D. And man, I'm missing it.
Oh, it's back. Right. hmm I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My Discord crashed, but yeah, it's bad. I'm sorry. It's because I only did that time because Mia asked for it.
Mm-mm.
So because Mia asked me to make it, I had to do it on the times she could play.
Hmm.
So I'm sorry, but in the future,
It's
for sure,
okay.
in the future.
I just have really bad FOMO, as you know.
I know, I know. But you know, you can expect it. You just mute yourself.
No, that's what the problem
Mute yourself.
is. Oh, I'll get so annoyed. Oh my goodness. I'll be reading you like a book, and everybody else will just be like, "Oh no, it's fine."
No, it's fine.
No, it's okay. Corey would never do something like this to us. Little do you know how little you know, you summer child. Oh my goodness.
On Sunday, there's a big possibility because we're gonna be 2 people less in the party on Sunday.
Hmm.
But it's kind of a big event because currently Gumi's party, they are on the surface. They are on just going around the Sword Coast. While hi Senna, welcome.
Hello, Senna.
While the other party, they are currently in the Underdark. And it's funny because the reason why they got to the Underdark is because they went to the brothel, and on the brothel there was a succubi that was basically using the brothel as a base of operations, but not the brothel itself. She built a cave under the brothel, and she was working for the big bad. Yes, from under the brothel. And the party found it. They went through the dungeon and they found the entrance that also leads to the Underdark. So I really liked that the party just didn't let anybody in the main city know that they were leaving. They just went for the Underdark and they have been there for weeks. So people on the surface, on the town that both part is basically like the hub, they were like, so we had another group of adventurers, but they disappeared a couple weeks ago. We don't know what happened to them because they didn't let anybody know that they were going to the Underdark.
Communication, guys. Come on.
Yeah. So NPCs are like, I guess they disappear.
I guess they're dead. I guess we just lost another pack of adventurers. Bunch of cocky.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 NPCs are sure they're dead because they haven't showed up in weeks in game. Because it takes weeks to get from the surface to the Underdark, even through tunnels.
It takes a long time. So yeah. It would not surprise me if there's a couple of NPCs who are like, bruh, I haven't seen them in days, weeks even. I don't even know what day it is. But trust me, I think they're dead.
Exactly.
If they're not dead, they're in jail.
They went to the Underdark. They met a small creatures called Skavarts. And of course, they capture one and force them to be their pet.
Oh my goodness.
But they found a way to Menzoberranzan, which is the city of the Drow. And with a good bard check and a hat of disguise, they now are living inside one of the Drow noble houses as guests, while the bard is disguised as a Drow. I think her fake name is LeBron Jameson or something like that. Something
good.
A play on LeBron James. But the party now was invited by House Benra, which is the noble house of Mesoberezan, the ones that run the city,
Mm.
for a meeting that they don't know what it is about. And they invited the party because it's the Drow, LeBron Jameson, and her slaves. That's basically how they are in the house. They just think it's the Drow with like 4 slaves from the surface. And the 2 people that found them outside and brought them into their house. And lots of things are gonna happen in that meeting.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. And we have 2 players less, so
Well,
we'll see what happens.
as I said before, if they're not dead now, they will be dead soon.
Huh? It will be dead soon. People die.
Yep. People die when they're killed.
It should be hilarious. But yeah, I think it's gonna be fine because I'm also making NPCs. And I will DM you because I don't know if anybody from my parties are watching.
Oh,
I will DM you the token because I made the token for the big bad. Let me send you the token for
Mia said, "Hi, Mia."
Hi, Mia.
We're not
Oh,
talking
look,
about
see,
anything. You summoned
see,
her. You literally summoned
I
her.
summoned her.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. We're not talking about anything.
Talk about D&D, Mia. Wait, what about a drow? It's the other party. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about that. So this is I'm gonna send you the art that I found. Then I'm gonna use it for the big bed and the token that they're going to see when they meet him. I think is a very good art. I think is very,
I love
very,
this art. Oh my gosh.
very good.
That is very good. Oh, you guys are so dead. It's over. It's over.
This is like the last. This is the last fight. This is like when the campaign ends. Possibly both groups will be together fighting him.
This is the villain. This is the
If they are alive.
pinnacle of a villain.
That this is the villain. Yes, this is the villain. This is the villain, and I'm very happy about the story I'm cooking. It's a story that I did before. I ran the story 2 times before, one with my friends and another one on the D&D server that I own.
Mm-hmm.
But I made changes because it was a quick, quote unquote, quick. It was 6 months, but it was a quick campaign in a specific place. Now, this full campaign that I'm making, it's what happens before. So there's that.
Oh. Yeah, you guys are so cooked.
Are you? Hello?
Hello, you're cutting out.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Am I?
Yeah, it's like delayed. Hold on, let me leave. Hold on. I will solve this problem. Because it might be my internet connection, because my internet connection is trash. Watch this. Watch this, everybody. Watch this.
Jesus Christ. I forgot about your intro. Yeah, I see you now.
I woke up in a new Bugatti.
Bugagari.
Beep,
Yes, Mia. The all-seeing eye. Pedro, pay. I love Pedro.
Pedro,
Oh, it's not double.
It fixed itself?
No, it's because of the scene. Because I don't have. I need to figure out what is doubling on the game scene because this is heartbreaking. Because on the snack time scene is not doubling, which means that I have some source in my game scene that is doubling it. I just need to find it and destroy it.
He's a genius. He's gonna crack it down.
I'll figure it out. I'm cracking the code.
Yeah, he's gonna crack the code.
Dad.
Oh. But yeah, no, don't hold back your punches anymore.
Oh yeah, and Rod, if you didn't know, I think I mentioned. No, yeah, I won't. I absolutely won't. He destroys everything I love. Okay, Rod, don't be dramatic. But the big bad for this campaign is the Crimson Raven, and at this point in the campaign, it's the outside. They're outside of the place, and eventually they'll go inside the place to fight. And I'm making new NPCs as well. I'm building on the Crimson Raven campaign and expanding it to a full fledged campaign, and it's being really fun. It's really good to see how the Sword Toro in general reacts to whatever's happening. So it's pretty nice.
Bro is a threat, and I love how menacing he looks. That's a real villain, like I said.
Yeah. That looks like a villain. Yeah, I found a new. Let me send Rod as well because I had the old token when I ran for Rod. Let me send him the new Crimson Raven. Where's Rod? Pedro. Also, I wanted. Oh, there you go. I need to message you guys on the Paralysis Demons chat. I'm thinking of a collab that we can do. I think we mentioned this before.
What do you have in mind? Because I also had a collab in mind too, as well. Hilariously enough.
I was thinking one of human, not human. God, try to become human and play like we played Catherine, but like we decide, like as a team, we decide the choices. I think that's a good collab that we can do.
Funny you say that, right? Because we had mentioned this, Gumi and I, a while back. Actually, it was a very long time back. I think when we had first mentioned the Catherine collab. And I was like, no, that would be a really good, like another really good game for all of us to play. Not for us to play. One of us to play, but we all have to make the decisions because obviously there's like 1,000 different routes you can make in Detroit Become Human.
Yes.
And I think that's pretty cool. And if all four of our brains come together, we're gonna screw it up.
It's so.
He's breaking again on my end. Oh no.
Yeah, I want. she died. Hello again.
I need to change that. I need to change my
You're fine. Do you want to call on DMs? Maybe that's better.
Yeah, let's go through DMs.
Okay.
Blang blang. Blang blang. Yes, Ron. I woke up in a new Bugatti.
I woke up in a Bugatti. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
And now the connection is green. It's not orange anymore. Whoopee!
Yay! That's how it works, chat.
Yeah.
That's what we're waiting for.
But anyways, you were saying.
But yeah, that's a good idea. I was saying we could use the art that Lofi did, and then I could be the devil, you can be the angel, and we can make them do different choices that are bad.
Yes! Yes! I agree.
Right? Yeah.
B likes that idea.
Hopefully no one ruins the setup again using the rule of coup and inspiration. Right, Mia? God damn it. No, I'm glad. I was talking to Macaron. I really like that you did because that's what D&D is about. You come out with a crazy idea that the DM allows you to roll for and the dice work in your favor. especially after using an inspiration, because that's cool. That's what D&D is about. So I'm glad you did that.
I
I'm
was
glad you did.
literally telling him, I was like, honestly, as a fellow DM, I'm very impressed. I'm
Yeah,
severely impressed. That was a really good play.
yeah.
Especially from a new player too, because a lot of the time from new players, you don't get a lot of that. You don't get a lot of
Mhm,
like players making big moves like that. So
mhm.
actually, honestly, props to you, Mia. That was really well done.
Hell yeah. It is. It was a really good. It was a really good choice.
Yeah.
And oh, Sophie, are you needy?
Sophie!
Sophie woke up.
Hello!
Sophie's needy. She's sleeping on my feet.
Oh wow, she's just like you.
She is. She's literally me. She's literally me.
Ah.
And now I'm making also. I made some other NPCs because Mia and Gumi's party, they met one NPC which is called the Commander.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's one of the lieutenants of the big bad, and I made others that they're going to show up real soon, and it's gonna be fun.
Oh. I like getting to know these
But
secrets. I like being able to talk about this with you and be vague about it. And anybody from
Mhm.
the party who rocks off, it's like, I get to know all of this. Oh my gosh. You're going to all suffer. And I'm excited for
uh,
that.
it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen soon.
Ah.
Also, I am cooking up also a moment of respite, if possible. I'm cooking up
Ooh.
something that both parties will enjoy. Hopefully, both parties will enjoy.
Me likes that idea.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, definitely down for the collab. Eventually, we'll have to do D&D together at some point.
We do. I really need to play. Like, I have my campaign with my friend. I have
Mm.
a campaign that's Starfinder Second Edition, which I like. I'm really enjoying Starfinder, but it's not D&D. I really love D&D. I think it's because I don't know enough about Starfinder. So
That's
for
fair.
me,
That's very fair.
I'm living like every level
Mm.
instead of like play. When I make a character in D&D, I know exactly how that character will be
Hmm.
for the beginning until the end. Um, and I also have my campaign that has been running for 3 years that I'm a player at. Uh, but I really miss making a new character. I really miss making a new character, so I really want
Okay.
to play D&D
If
again.
I somehow can lock back
Uh-huh.
in to making the universe that I have made, somehow we're gonna get there at some point. I'm gonna have a weird, like, sparse of inspiration to get this thing sorted and finished. If I don't even finish it,
Uh,
we'll just do it. We'll just commit and do it.
Yay!
You
That's what I
can
want.
you can
That's what I'm waiting
finally
for.
make a new character and you can play it in my entirely new made fresh off the boat world that I'm making,
Hell yeah.
which has been untouched for a good several months.
It do be like that. Do be like that.
Yeah,
Don't
it
worry.
has been like that. I think the last giant inspiration I had from what I remember about the universe I was making for the campaign was one of the goddesses, and that was it. And that was because I was on an
Mhm.
obsession ride about art and cannibalism and the form of that being, do you do it out of fear or do you do it out of love? And this character being the epitome of that concept of them doing these things because XYZ and people still worshipping them despite the fact that it's wrong in a moral and ethical way.
Mhm.
Because I think that's really
That is
that's
very
a case
interesting.
study to really, you know, have a lot of people dive into. Because you have obviously players who come into the game and they're like, "Oh, I wanna eat things. I wanna do wacko things and not pay for the
I
consequences."
wanna I wanna rip off the brains of the plasmoids
Yeah,
and cook them for dinner.
That exactly. Yeah.
Human.
Go man. Um, that scenario exactly. Like there's those things, but then it's like we never really get an NPC that has delved into this thing of the concept of what it means to be humane and what it is to be unhumane and where that lesson is taught for these children of Tamori. Which is, I think, the case study that I love the most about developing this universe that I'm making is the fact that I have to make it from scratch. And that there are these rules and these laws that I have to develop, these reasons behind things, the folklore of why certain like races and certain civilizations do what they do because of XYZ. That development is so fun. It's also going to be intriguing when the party ends up in those areas and has to connect the dots and realize what the hell is going on.
What else going on? Ah, you're right.
Because although I'm developing all this stuff, it is a case of where I need to leave space to allow you guys as players to be able to understand what is happening. Because it's having to remind yourselves that this knowledge is free. You can go to a local library and find out about it. Or heck, your character probably has this lore like down to a T and knows exactly what's happening. But also having to connect the dots and realize that you are either the heroes or the villains of this universe, and whatever decision you make is going to affect what happens here in future. Which
For
is the
sure.
other part I really like about the lore that I'm developing, is that there is already a timeline, and there are campaigns in future that I want to do of where it's prequels to, say, like a campaign that we end up doing in the future. Because I think I told you about this, didn't I? About a war that happened that was pretty significant within the universe that I made.
Yes.
So
About the brothers that I think also
yeah,
people got confused. Yeah.
yeah.
I remember you talking
So
about.
I will mention this as well because I don't think I touched on this enough when I spoke about it. Is the fact that the reason why I wrote about those things within the timeline and why in future I plan to have a campaign surrounding those calamities and those wars is because I feel like it's interesting when we get it from a perspective from a player that actually takes place in this historical event, is the fact that, yeah, the historical event will still happen, but it's also the interesting thing about wars and history is the fact that you get to learn about each individual and what part they played.
Yes. I mean, yeah, absolutely. That makes sense.
Which I think is an intriguing notion.
Which is interesting.
Because the thing I want to see, right, is if you say, for example, because obviously I have plans to bring you into many campaigns in future.
Hey.
If you develop a character and the intent is for them to be the hero, but then over time they end up turning into a villain based on the decisions that they make and the atrocities that they commit to, I think it's really interesting when it happens under your nose and you don't recognize that that's what's happening. And it's also with the background of war, is the fact that it's a case of people are out here simply surviving, and it is decisions that you are making that are going to affect everybody, but you don't understand the weight of that until it's happened.
Oh, I
Yeah.
understand.
It's like
That's actually pretty good.
it's like, it sounds ignorant, and that's the whole point, is the fact that you are supposed to play throughout this particular campaign being ignorant, not realizing what's happening on either side of the situation, thinking that you will be the good guy in the end, but ultimately you could potentially turn into the bad guy because you thought a good decision was good, but it actually was bad. It's
I
this
see.
it's shrouded in this idea that it's all for the sake of the war. It's for the cost of survival. It's for the sake of winning. And not realizing in the end that the cost of winning is just simply not worth it. The lives you sacrificed, the people who died on behalf of you, your decisions, what was it all really for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the point?
Exactly.
I see.
I love that.
That
It's
is
so
actually pretty
cool. It's
interesting.
intriguing because it's so as sad as this might sound, it's actually fun watching players fall apart to the fact of realizing in the end that them thinking that they are one thing and realizing in the end that they are not that thing. That to
Mhm.
me is so interesting because it's always so cool to watch a player think that their decisions are not going to affect things. And I think that's so funny and so common is that some people think that their decisions are so little that they couldn't affect anything. But it's having to remind yourself that a small pebble in a lake still causes a ripple effect. Your little decision
Mhm.
can cause nations to die, genocide to happen to
Nature should
certain
die.
to happen to people. Which is the other thing as well that I should mention in the law is that there is genocide that happens in these wars. There is literal groups of people, innocents, who will die at the hands of you, and you won't even realize that that's what you did.
That's what she did exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's I really that's what I like about D&D as well is because letting your players play because like you said a lot of players they make a character
Mm.
with expectations of this is what the character will do.
Yeah.
This is what the character will do. This is how our character will be. But then you throw situations at them,
Yeah.
and you see that their character might not become or not be what they expect their character should be.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about D&D as well. And that's why, for example, in my D&Ds, my characters sometimes they change how they work. Like for example, Kaladas. You know about Kaladas. You know how he's a menace.
Yeah.
How he's a wild card. And I built him to be this really down to earth, serious guy with a brooding backstory that just wants to do good. But he went through so much hardships that he became reckless to the point where some people actually think he is actually mad because of
This is the
the
point
bad
I'm
decisions that he
making. This
makes.
is the exact
Yeah,
point I'm making. Is the fact that you think you're something until you end up making reckless decisions. Sometimes they're not reckless. Sometimes they're well thought out. They're methodic, and then
Mhm.
it costs so much, which is the point of what D&D is also about. Is sometimes players make decisions and
Well,
don't recognize the cost
uh,
of what it all is.
exactly. Exactly. You went robot that for a minute, but I heard you.
Yeah.
Uh, let me do one thing. Let me change the region. I don't know why Discord hates us.
Discord
Uh,
despises us.
Sydney. I'm
Sometimes
gonna
it's hard to
put the
tell what's
thing on
good
Sydney.
or bad in the heat of war. Exactly, Bia. It is that case of where decisions get made. Oh, he puffs. Uh-oh. Oh, and he's
Work.
back. Hello?
Yay!
Yay!
US South.
I did see that. I was like, what? What is
That worked.
did I? Okay, cool. But yeah, it is that case of where in the heat of war, decisions are hard to make. And once again, it is a thing of what is this all going to amount to in the end? Which I think is really
Mhm.
intriguing for players to have to deal with that weight of that emotion. Because it's hard to deal with those kinds of things in the face of war and to think to yourself that these are the bad guys, we're the good guys, when the reality is it's either swapped or neither of you are the good or bad guys. It is simply a nuance
Mhm.
of you're doing this because there is something to be gained, but there are so many losses that come along with this. And at the end of it all, when you quote unquote win, will you be able to fathom what this all amounts to? Will
Exactly.
you be able to
That's a good.
take the cost of all of this?
Mhm.
Truly a case of Thanos and Gamora You did it, but what was it all worth?
True.
What was it all worth? Everything.
Oh man, that's so good actually. I love Tenno's story. I like Infinity War more than I liked Endgame because Infinity War Thanos it makes it's so he's such a good villain, which is also the protagonist. The
Yeah,
villain of the story. You see the villain as a protagonist from the perspective of the heroes, and I think it was a fantastic movie. It
I
was a
agree.
fantastic teach of like storytelling.
I feel like Endgame, and I think this was the intent anyways, but also I think that's why I too also prefer Infinity War over Endgame. Infinity
Hmm.
War is the fact that there are high stakes because everything is coming to a close, because there is
Hmm.
risk to it. If you don't do something about it, it's all going to end badly. Which is the whole point of
Hmm.
Infinity War. Endgame is the fact that things did end badly, and now you are trying to reverse that. Which,
Hmm.
in itself, honestly, in a very nuanced way, if you play it right, in some cases, it can actually turn into a villain story when you try and go back and redo things that you had done before. Which I don't think they touch on
Hmm.
enough in Endgame is the fact that their decisions have everlasting, I guess, effects in the end. Because the fact
Hmm.
that they go back in time to get the Infinity Stones, do the thing again, and then, basically restart the whole situation. And I do agree with you, Rod, it does cheapen the sacrifices of Infinity War. If they had played it
Yeah.
out of where those consequences got worse when they went back in time, I think that could have been really interesting. It could have been a scenario of where, yeah, we are watching villains in real time do something that they will never be able to walk away from. Cause man, that would have been so cool to watch all these people thinking so hopefully that they could change the course of time, they could save the world, only to make it worse.
Hmm.
Bruh! That would have that
It's
would have
actually pretty good. Yeah.
that wouldn't have been an endgame. That would have been a second Infinity War.
That would be in second Infinity War, yeah. And I really, I have my hopes up for Thunderbolts.
Hmm.
That's gonna allow. I think it's gonna come out in the 30th of this. Yeah, a couple days from now.
Yeah.
Um, because the way they're setting up is that the Thunderbolts are just like this C-list fighters that they had to put together because there's no fucking Avengers anymore. And I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen the trailer for Thunderbolts?
I have seen it. Yeah. It's who is it? Who's Natasha's sister? But I know who it. Yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah,
these vigilantes. I guess we can call them
yeah.
now.
I think the only person that is there is Bucky, which is like what has contact with the other Avengers and kind of fought with them.
Yeah.
But he's not like the strongest of the Avengers. And you have the Red Guardian, Taskmaster, who I think is gonna die because all the promotional thing about Taskmaster is in the same room. So I think they're gonna die in that room.
Hmm.
But I digress. Spoilers. I get pre prophecy spoilers. I guess. Um, they have the Ghost Girl from Ant-Man, Natasha's sister, and the fake the Captain America before Sam Wilson, but after Steve Rogers from that one TV show.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
they are not the most powerful people in the planet. And the villain, which is I think it's Sentinel, his name, or Void, one of the two. You see him, he points his hands, and people turn into ash, into silhouettes. So I'm looking at this, and I'm gonna how come five people with guns and one person that can face through walls fight the disintegrator? How does that gonna work? So I
Yeah.
don't think they're gonna win. I don't think they're gonna win, honestly.
I kind of hope they
So
don't. I really hope they don't.
Yeah, it does. It does give off Suicide Squad vibes, right? And I think that's the point. I think they're gonna go with like presenting this villain, which is weird because I'm pretty sure Thunderbolts is to set up the next two Avengers movies, and we know the next Avengers movies will have Doctor Doom. So I don't know how this villain's gonna play out because it seems like a very intergalactic threat of a villain, you know. So I don't know what's gonna happen to him. But you know, I'm not gonna get my hopes up. You know, for me, after I think the last good Marvel movie that I watched was Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and that was also kind of a send off. So I haven't seen the new Captain America with Sam Wilson and the Red
What is
Hulk.
it?
I don't
Brave
know
New
how
World?
good it was. Brave New World. I have not seen it. I don't know how good it was. I don't know if he set up anything for the next Avengers movies, but you know, I don't have my hopes up for Marvel at the moment. I watched Marvel is doing fun stuff with the TV shows. Like it's an older TV show from Marvel. It's a sequel to a spiritual sequel to WandaVision, which is Agatha All Along,
We talked
and I
about
really
this.
liked it. I really liked it. Well, I am biased because it talks about like witches and magic and stuff, and I kind of like that. But it was a very solid. Like you only remember it's an Avengers thing, like it's the Marvel thing, when they mention the Avengers or they mention the Scarlet Witch. But it could very well be a standalone TV show. If they did it, if they cut the part where they mentioned the Scarlet Witch and the Avengers, you wouldn't be able to tell it was a Marvel thing because it's actually really well done. It has a different pace. It has a different atmosphere, you know, because it's about magic and summoning and spells. It's actually pretty good. So Marvel has been doing good things with their TV shows. Well, some of them. I really like Loki. I really liked Agatha All Along. WandaVision, I heard it's good. I haven't watched it.
We need to watch WandaVision. WandaVision is
We need to watch.
sublime.
Is it good? Okay. So it is good. And Agatha All Along is pretty good as well. So I have my hopes up for what they can do. I know the potential, but I don't know about the Thunderbolts. I really want them to lose. That's all. I really want them to lose the fight.
No,
That's all
literally, I want them to lose as well. Because in what universe do you set this group up, send them out, and are like, no, they're gonna catch this guy. This dude is turning regular people on the streets, into dust. What
It's
are
a
they gonna
silhouette.
do?
It's like atomic bomb body prints. That's what he's doing to people. And it's like, oh my god, how can you fight this? Imagine being like an average Joe that lives in the MCU New York. Imagine like you wake up, there's alien invasion again, like alien invasion of the week. Like every fucking week there's an alien invasion. And then you know you're flying on a plane and then you know you disappear for 5 years and then you come back in the air because the plane crashed 5 years ago, so you fall to your death and I don't know, somehow a superhero saves you and then you go back to your house and then 5 seconds later a dude shows up and turns you into a silhouette on the wall. That's your life.
Bro, literally,
MCU
the people
average.
who live in the MCU cannot catch a break. Oh my goodness.
Something's always happens, man. And then there's this dude. There's like this vulture guy from time to time, and then there's these run of the mill gangs that exist somehow. Even though superheroes can just travel to other universes now. And then there's a dude that lives in a house that can do magic for some reason as well. And then he summons demons from another dimension. It's just the life of an MCU.
You know what's
extra.
funny? Most of the time, the MCU takes place in New York. Man, it already sucks in our world to live in New York.
Yeah.
Imagine living in New York and theirs. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and also, by the way, apparently gods exist. Apparently,
Yeah, like I said, at that point, the real estate in New York should be heinously bad. Because why would you want to be
Mhm.
living in a place that mostly gets targeted when it comes to these crises that happen?
Yeah.
They occur with aliens and gods and some rich
Yeah.
dude who can make a suit. What? Oh my gosh.
Who's still an atheist after meeting two gods.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. What? Oh my goodness.
Oh
Yo,
man.
make
That's
that make
why
sense.
if I have to like be born, like if I have to choose, okay, you're gonna be born in the MCU.
Mhm.
Where do you choose to live? I would choose like the planet Glipgorb of like I don't know 17 galaxies away because the only problems I have to deal with is aliens and the Guardians of the Galaxy. I would not be on Earth. Earth is a quarantine zone. Fuck that place. I'm not going there.
I don't know because honestly,
Uh,
living in the what is it? In the MCU universe, no matter where you
mhm.
are planet-wise anyways, it doesn't matter because at some point, spoilers for those who don't know, if we get introduced to a planet eating
Oh, fucking
thingamabob.
Galactus.
Yeah.
Fucking damn it.
There is
There's Galactus.
literally you are not
There's no
surviving.
point. There's no point living. There's no point living in the
There is
MCU.
literally no point living in the MCU because you've got a giant planet eater threatening you at any day now. Oh my goodness.
Man,
Ugh.
it really sucks. It really sucks.
I can barely remember how the Fantastic Four went up against what? I don't remember. Look. Okay, I will be fair here. Silver Surfer is one of my favorite Fantastic Four movies, simply because when Fox made those
So-
movies, they were pretty decent at the time.
They were.
For superheroes, by the way, simultaneously on a level of fighting a planet eater, how the hell did they win? Is my thought about
Or,
it.
yeah, power scaling in the MCU. Not in the MCU, I say in Marvel in general, sometimes it goes a little bit wonky.
Yeah, because
So,
it's
yeah.
like you're not an average Joe. You have powers, but also simultaneously, your powers don't stop a planet eater. So how did you
Mhm.
manage this? How did you
And
do
it gets
this?
crazy because, like, I think in one of the iterations of the Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic, he can stretch into other dimensions.
Mm.
So he can stretch to the past and the future and reach places that existed and don't exist anymore. I don't know. And he's just supposed to be, the stretchy guy. And he got that kind of power with his stretch powers. And I don't know. Sometimes they have to buff them a little bit.
Yeah.
They have to buff them a little bit.
I will always
Because
live and stand by this statement is the fact that in most scenarios of where there is a giant crisis happening, your best bet in a lot of cases is Wanda.
Is Wanda. Wanda's pretty powerful. Also, I would say Wanda and Doctor Strange because their powers have no rules because it's magic, so they can do
Exactly.
whatever they want.
Exactly.
So yeah, they can theoretically fight everybody. Even though I really, really hated that Wanda and Doctor Strange did not go in a toe-to-toe fight in Multiverse of Madness.
No, most of the time it was him having to chase down situations that she would put him in, and that was it.
I really hated that they didn't have a full-on fight because Thanos and Doctor Strange Infinity War fight was amazing.
Mm.
I really wanted to see what two magic users would do in an actual fight, but I guess that doesn't. It also makes me mad by the end of Agatha All Along. Technically, two magic users fight, but the fight begins and they cut off to like the sidelines of the fight and we can't fucking see them fight. Ah, man, I was mad about that too. You just see the lights of their magic, but you didn't see them fighting. I was like, God damn it, I know it's hard
Too much,
to pay
too
for
much
visual
budget.
effects. Yeah, I understand, but please do something. Smallville worked, even with the wonky ass, effects that they had. Uh, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna be mad
I will
again.
say that is the most disappointing part, though, about that Doctor Strange film, is the fact that number one, they didn't team up. They could have. There could have been a lot going on. Number two, the whole point of Wanda's character in WandaVision basically gets scrapped in that film.
Yeah, that's another thing that I've heard as well.
Yeah. I won't spoil WandaVision for you, but the basic premise of WandaVision is her grief. Is the fact that she
Mm-hmm.
lost Vision. That's the majority of that series, is the fact that she is coping and she doesn't know how. Because what do you do with a girl who literally has these reality changing abilities, so powerful, and she's literally in the middle of a panic? Is the fact that she's lost it all. She's lost her brother, she's lost her lover, and she has nothing else to live for. And this is how she
Mm-hmm.
goes about it. What are you supposed to do in that kind of situation when you have those abilities?
Those powers, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is fair. Which is also a really good approach that I think as well was Logan.
Mm.
Is the fact that most of the mutants died because Professor X got Alzheimer's,
I
and
thought that was
he
kind of
has
crazy,
mind
honestly.
powers. I thought it was really well taught, because imagine somebody with a power, the literal, because Professor X's psychic abilities are godlike.
Mm.
So yeah, he had a episode of Alzheimer's. I think it was a wedding or a burial, something like that.
Yeah.
And most of the mutants were there, and only Wolverine survived because he regenerated after being atomized by the power of Professor X. And everybody else died. And I thought that was so fucking cool, because it makes sense. A real life affliction would work very differently in a body of a super powerful person.
Well,
And I thought it was
yeah.
really well thought.
That is actually pretty smart, because they're not like us. They're very different to
Mm-hmm.
us, which is obviously
Mm-hmm.
why the whole mutant war ends up happening anyways, is the fact that humanity realizes that there is a threat of mutants who, yeah, they're just like average people. They start out that way, and then
Mm-hmm.
they somehow, in the genome system inside of them, develop these abilities, something that they have no control of
Mm-hmm.
it. That's the whole point of why. What's it? What's the country that Magneto makes? That's the whole reason why that place exists, is because mutants weren't free
Yes.
anywhere else, so he had to make this
Mm-hmm.
entire nation for them.
Exactly. Also, yes, Rod, poor little indie company Disney that doesn't have CGI, money to make wizard fights. Yes, literally.
Oh.
And it's also another gripe I have. Well, I wouldn't say gripe, but another thing that's funny is because how the Avengers are like idolized, while mutants are the scum of society for
Oh
some
my
reason.
goodness. Okay, funny that you mentioned this, right? Because I don't know if you remember this in the Black Widow movie. How Natasha's sister literally
Mm-hmm.
like talks about how, like, oh yeah, for all these years I've been out here fighting and killing people, and then when people see you kill, they put you on a lunchbox. And I'm like, that's crazy.
Oh, that's good.
That's insane to say to your sister, especially because she never intended to be a hero in the first place. But obviously, when people see a hero, they do slap it on lunchboxes. For
Mm-hmm.
the Avengers, they did that literally after they saved the New York. For the
Yes.
mutants, the X-Men in their universe are not praised. They're not seen as like the Avengers are. They are perceived as
Mm-hmm.
monsters because their bodies are evolving into something more than what the average human genome is. And that's what makes
Yeah.
humanity hate them so much. But it's ironic because it's like, but when somebody else has always been this way and they save your ass, you praise them. I try to
You're
do the same
you
thing,
praise them.
and you get upset at me. What?
Exactly. Oh, hi again. Thank you for the redeems. Thank you for the hydrate. And that's why I really find it funny. Storms on the X-Men 3. Yeah, I think X-Men 3 movie.
Mm.
When she's like, oh, we don't need a cure because we're not sick. It's really easy for the goddess of Tempest to say that, but Joe Chainsaw for Hands has to live with Chainsaw for Hands
Yeah.
for his entire life. Maybe he wants a cure. Maybe he doesn't want to have
This is the other
Chainsaw for
thing as
Hands.
well, is the fact, like I said, going back to the fact of the whole concept of mutants is that that's the human genome developing into something more, and for like, what is it, the third the film in the Last Stand when Angel gets introduced.
Angel, yeah.
Kid, literally, we watch him go through agony and pain, cutting out his wings that are growing in his back.
It's actually a very good movie. I should watch the trilogy again. They're actually very good movies.
We should watch the trilogy again. But still, that point still stands. Like you said before, there are mutants. Like, okay, I get it, girly. I get it, Storm. You're powerful. You get to control the skies and the thunder and all that jazz. Like, yeah, cool. Whatever. That's a cool ability to have, and people can perceive you as a hero if they choose to. There are people out here, Angel being that example, who literally middle-aged, teenagers at some cases as well, are developing into mutants at a very slow and alarming pace. So much so that their own parents see it as a problem and they choose to experiment on them. I think I would opt for a cure at that point if it's going to get me out of a bad situation. Because, oh my god.
Yeah. Also, imagine Rogue. Like, you can't touch people. Like, you can't have physical touch whatsoever because everybody that you touch dies. Maybe you want to touch someone at some point.
No,
right?
yeah, see, this is the thing as well, which is you make a very good point, is the fact that they actually display that in the very first movie. We literally get to watch her go through that situation. She panics. It happens out of nowhere on a random day when she's with a boy she likes. Bruh, I'd freak out too. I'd panic so badly if that happened. I just killed somebody. Oh my god.
Yeah. I just killed somebody by kissing them.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty. And I think it's a very like well thought plot point. That's why people were so not people. That's why the mutants were so divided in the cure aspect.
Yeah.
Because you can have people like Wolverine that can live like a lone wolf type of life.
Yeah.
But there's some people which they can't even like hide their powers. Right?
Yeah.
Like Angel, for example. He have fucking wings. How can you know?
He grew them out of his back. There's no way to hide that. He's smacking into everything with his wings. You cannot tell me that, oh, you're just upset that you're a mutant because you just want to be different. Yeah, I do want to be different. I don't want to have these burdens on me anymore, okay? I want my normal life back.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh.
It's actually very funny.
I
think oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
I think Deadpool makes a joke in the Deadpool versus Deadpool Wolverine movie when Pyro is introduced. It's like, oh, isn't the guy that acts like the world hates him, but he has the power to control fire or something like that? No. And why is he so mad? Why is he so mad or something like that?
Oh my goodness. No, because I think that's the funniest part about the Marvel universe, not the cinematic universe, just the universe in general, is the fact that we have all these heroes and there's always somebody at some point throwing out a punchline of the fact that, yeah, like, you've got problems, but at least you're pretty cool. And it's like, what? Huh?
Why do you hate the world? You got a lighter. You're the coolest person in the room. Why you're so mad at the world?
I can set a whole forest on fire. I don't think I want to do that on accident, man. There are
It's actually funny. The
consequences
superhero
to my
discourse.
actions. I can get in trouble for doing something that I didn't mean to do. Man.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Which
also the other thing as well in the first movie for the
mhm.
Fantastic Four was that case of them first developing the fact that they can do these things.
Yes, yes, it was actually very interesting. I really hope. I'm really interested as well in the new Fantastic Four movie
Mm.
because again, the trope of the heroes are gonna lose is because clearly they're gonna lose the fight because they are on the another universe. They are on the I don't know, Sunshine and Rainbows universe, and I can tell that world is gonna die because everybody loves them. And everybody loves the Fantastic Four. Nobody thinks Ben is a freak. They are praised as the protectors of Earth. I know they're gonna lose that. I know they're gonna fuck up and they're gonna have to run or run away towards the MCU universe or it's six whatever.
Mm-mm.
Because they're gonna fucking. I know they're gonna lose. Like again, chat. Sorry for the prophetical spoilers, but I know for sure they're gonna lose that.
I
There's no way
don't
that that world's
see
surviving.
like comes back to the point that I mentioned before in the Silver Surfer film for the Fantastic Four is the fact of
Hmm.
how the hell do these four people, they're not average Joes, but they're also definitely not like capable of saving this world, end up somehow defeating Galactus. How does that work?
Yeah,
In what universe does that make any sense at all? If they end up doing that again this time round, the universe is fucked. The universe
the
makes no
universe is
sense.
fucked. Yeah, yeah. And I really want to see what's gonna happen in the movie. I really want to see what they're gonna do with Doctor Doom
Mm,
because I also don't think that Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom will be the MCU Doctor Doom because they're not gonna drop the multiverse saga. The multiverse saga will end with the two Avengers movies,
mm,
according to Kevin Feige. So what I think is Doctor Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom will not be the Doctor Doom. It will be a Doctor Doom that they will fight, and then possibly the actual this will be the villain Doctor Doom is gonna show up. I think
mm.
that's what they're gonna do. Because it's very cheap to just say, oh, it's just Tony Stark that is evil. I think and if there was the case, they wouldn't reveal it before the fucking movie came out. It would be a really
Yeah.
interesting reveal if like he took off the mask in like the end of the movie and it's just him.
Mm.
That would be cool. But the fact that they revealed him beforehand, I think he's not gonna be the actual full on Doctor Doom villain that it will be a menace in the future.
I feel like it doesn't make sense either for there to be a multi-universe of where Tony Stark becomes Doctor Doom because
Mm-hmm.
the morals don't align. Doctor
Mm-hmm.
Doom is just an agent of chaos, period. Bro doesn't have to have a reason to do half the things he does. He just does them because he's pissed off, okay?
Because he hates Red Richards.
Yeah.
That's why.
That's literally a
Say that.
majority of his character is the fact that he's pissed off that Reed Richards, one, takes the credit for certain things, though granted Reed deserved that credit in the first place, and number two, also
Mhm.
takes the girl. Like, okay. Pick any other
Also, at
reason to
some
be mad at
point,
someone.
I'm pretty sure Doctor Doom sends Sue Storms and Red Richards' son to hell just because it's their son or something
Exactly.
like that.
That's what
There's
I'm
a storyline like
saying.
that. It's like, fuck you.
Brother, you've got problems. You need to go see a therapist. Because what do you mean you became a full on villain because of all of this? Oh my gosh. But in that case, though, in saying that, though, going back to my point, it doesn't make sense
Mhm.
for them to basically be like, oh, what if Tony Stark ended up becoming Doctor Doom? I don't know, because things went wrong or something. That doesn't make sense because even when things went wrong for his character, he still
Yeah.
morally pursued. He still tried to do good because he was so
Mhm.
traumatized about what happened when he was in that cave, when he was kidnapped, all
Mhm.
that stuff. He was so traumatized by the concept of war that he did everything he could to make sure war wouldn't happen. To say to
Exactly.
me that he is Doctor Doom because something went wrong and because he's mad about it makes no sense character development wise about him. That means that the last 15 years of knowing Iron Man has been literally pointless. He has amounted to nothing, essentially.
Exactly. That's why I don't know what they're gonna do with that.
Yeah.
Even in What If, because what if there is an instance of what if that what if Tony Stark didn't build the suit, but he was saved by Killmonger,
Yeah.
and basically Killmonger gaslights Tony Stark into finding Wakanda and using the vibranium to make robots, and even when Tony Stark realizes that he was being used and the Killmonger wanted to take control of the robots to take over Wakanda, he still fought Killmonger even though he was sick and dying from his heart condition
Hmm.
and could not fight him. He still tried and he
Yeah.
died, of course. But even before he becomes a hero, because there was no Iron Man in that universe,
Yeah.
he still did it. Yeah, it would make no sense for an evil
Yeah.
Tony Stark. It makes
Because he just, that's not, like, yeah, he's a bit of a menace. He can, be a bit snarky from time to time. But that doesn't amount to him to equivalating into a villain because it just makes no sense, character wise, for him to be a villain despite everything he's been through. At what point in
Mhm.
his life would he have had a chance to turn into a villain? He saw something heinous because of the products of war that him and his father and his whole legacy has been making this entire time. He saw that and made an
Mhm.
opportunity to change his ways. There is no other way of where he could have become a villain. That just doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Yeah, I have no idea what they're doing.
They're either going to introduce him as like another character entirely, which is going to be weird for people who obviously have grown up watching the MCU. So it's going to be a bit
Mhm.
strange, or they're just simply not going to reveal his face. He's just going to be a voice in a mask. Which I'm kind of
Yeah.
hoping they do the latter. So
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yes.
it just makes no sense to do such a thing. And if they do go along with that scenario of, oh, Tony Stark turned into a villain because blah blah blah, no, that's a cop out. That's lazy writing, and I don't like that. And then I will know for sure that the MCU is definitely over. It's
Yeah,
donezo.
it's Danza. I think the multiverse thing, it did its thing. It was fun.
Hmm.
Now it became such of a everything box that it loses a little bit of the stakes as well. Because like, oh, what's the point of saving this world? We can just jump to the next one,
Yeah, which I think
right?
was the point about the multi-universe thing, because did you notice this? Once the multiverse thing was a big hit with Marvel, with the Marvel universe, they ended up doing it for every other film franchise as well.
Their franchise, yeah. They wanted to do it for like, I think there is. Oh man, I need to remember. Didn't the new Mummy movie was supposed to be like a dark universal cinematic universe or something like that about monsters or something like that, like the alien, the predator, stuff like that.
I think so,
I think,
yeah.
yeah, but I think they gave up the idea after the Mummy movie flopped. But yeah, the Winnie the Winnie the Pooh, the murder movie, the slasher movie
Oh,
that they
yes,
made
yes,
of Winnie the
yes.
Pooh. Oh, they have a cinematic universe coming for that one. They're gonna have Peter Pan, Pinocchio, everything that is free license, like open open license.
Oh my
So we have that Bambi.
goodness.
I think they're doing Bambi as well.
Way to
Yeah,
traumatize people in their childhoods. Oh my gosh.
yeah. It's all
Oh.
gonna be it's all gonna be horror movies. It is, you know, it's gonna be the trashiest stuff ever, but it's gonna be super fun to watch because you know it's a fun bad type of
It's a
bad.
fun bad. It's a it's so bad it's silly kind of
It's
situation.
silly, yeah.
Like it's not bad as in like, wow, this is heinously disgusting. Get this off the platform. It's just simply, why would someone watch this? I guess we'll watch it anyways.
It's just stupid, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. But like that's what I mean though. We literally had that with the MCU. They finished it. They should have finished it anyways. They should have just wrapped it up and said, "That's it. That donezo. It's yep, bada bing, bada boom." But then everybody else decided to jump in on it.
Mhm.
And I'm so sick of it. I'm so tired of this genre now. It's literally its own genre, and I'm so sick of it. Hi, is
Is a multiverse genre. I understand completely, yeah.
I'm so sick and tired of seeing like I think the one
Look,
exception I can give
how
is
am I saying?
for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
That was good, but because that was like its own standalone movie.
Yeah.
It didn't have tie-ins to 17 other franchises, right? And I think that's how it works. And I think that's how Marvel should go from now on. Focus more on the hero itself rather than the entire universe doing shit all the time.
Because it was
Yeah.
originally about these individual characters. In the very first phase of Marvel as a studio was literally about these individuals. Yeah, they were making hints at the fact that we were going to get an Avengers film. But for the most part, it was literally we only cared about these individuals and their story arcs because that's what mattered. Now it's just a big old I don't even know what to call it. A huge buffet nobody wants to eat at. what what is
Yes.
happening?
Literally, yeah.
Like the example of Everything Everywhere All at Once, as you said, is that it's a standalone film. It's not a franchise. It is contributing to the multiverse genre, but it had its own take on it. It wasn't a case of imagine if there were so many different universes out there and if all these people had like affected you and all that jazz. No, it was about the fact that the multiverse was dying. That it was at a threat because of something that an alpha version of her had done to her own daughter. That's a crazy concept, is the fact that the entire
It's a
universe
really good
is
movie.
dying because you pushed a child too far. At the end of the day, it wasn't about the multiverse as a whole. It was about the fact of saving her daughter. Because her daughter was so sick and
Yes.
tired of seeing all these universes all at once, being able to be capable of doing these things, and just wanted to die.
And take the entire multiverse with her.
Exactly. That's a cool concept, is the fact that somebody is so overwhelmed by everything that they're seeing that they're so sick and tired of having to see it that they want to end it all. Now,
Yes.
granted, it does fall into the fact of like people romanticizing mental illness. Though also once again, on another hand, the whole point of this film and the directors when they talk about it as well is that it's not about mental illness and all that jazz, though that is within the film. It plays a part in the film, is the fact that it was so much for Joy that she wanted to end it all. It's just simply the fact that everything is happening all at the same time, that there is not enough time for anybody to just be able to sit and just relax because everything is in our face 24/7 and we don't have a chance to settle. That was the whole point of the film, is the fact that at the end of the film, we don't get the multiverse anymore. The multiverse is over. It doesn't play an important role anymore. It's the fact that Joy and her mother are able to come to a peace, to be able to talk to one another as mother and daughter and reconcile, basically be able to acknowledge the fact that, yeah, everything sucks right now. Everything is in my face. I can't deal with all these things, and it's making you upset too. But regardless of this, I would not want to be anywhere else other than right here with you right now because I love you. And it's like that's storytelling. That's a real story.
Mhm.
Where is that now? Why don't we get any of that now? I am so tired of all these other stories coming out and being like, oh, but there's another version of you in this other universe, and you have to go save this universe. No, we don't care about saving the universe anymore. What about right now?
Yeah,
What about right now? What's
exactly.
happening right in front of us? The things we're missing out on. That was literally the whole point of Everything Everywhere All at Once. And they only had 90 days and a small budget to make that film, and they made it look so beautiful. Oh.
Exactly. And I think I think Marvel is feeling like, but a lot of people are very vocal about how Marvel is going.
Mm.
So yeah, hopefully Marvel will take a turn to the best. Like, I miss the days like with Ultron, like the Age of Ultron. I love Ultron as a villain. Even though they did make him a Tony Stark creation and he's a Hank Pym creation in the comics.
Mm.
I really like the concept of Hank Pym being, because Hank Pym was a very bad person. Actually, he was abusive to his wife. He had all these problems coming, and Ultron watched him from the perspective of creation. And Ultron became Ultron because he despises humans
Yeah.
because of how Hank Pym was as a person in his private life, not as a hero, not of the stuff that he did as a hero, but his stuff that he did, as a person.
Mm.
And I love that concept of how the flaws of humanity can create its worst nightmare. And it's something that we don't see anymore in Marvel movies. It's just
Mm.
the super powerful world eater and the timeline destroyer.
Yeah,
That's the type of
bro,
villains
I'm
we
so
see.
tired of this. Like, I think that's probably
Yeah.
why Age of Ultron is one of my favorite Avengers movies. Bro
Hmm.
literally was on the internet for 5 minutes and decided, nah.
You're like, fuck this
Yeah.
shit.
Bro was like,
Fuck
no.
this.
Nah, you guys don't deserve to live because what the hell is this? I'll be so real, he had
I
every
love that
right.
concept.
He had every right to do that.
Yeah, honestly,
Uh,
don't judge.
yeah, I don't blame you, Ultron, because yeah, it is that bad. Oh, but, that's yeah. I think that's
Um,
the storytelling that they need to go back to. Is that something like yeah? I get that things don't have to be deep all the time, but also
mhm.
give a film purpose, like a reason for someone to walk out of there and be like, "Wow, that was really good because of XYZ," not because, "Oh, I like that fight scene." Uh? Do we go
Mhm.
to films just to watch a good scene and that's that? Is that all it's worth? Oh my goodness. Bruh,
Exactly.
what happened to making art? What happened to appreciating art? What happened to
Yeah,
understanding it? Oh my gosh. I don't wanna
exactly.
be here with y'all if you're gonna just walk into a cinema like that.
A bee.
Yeah, I don't wanna be here. I wanna vomit and cry if that's all a film is worth to
Uh,
anybody now. Oh my gosh.
it is like it do be like that, chat. It do be like that.
It do me like that. Oh, speaking of
It do be
films,
like
right?
that.
Did you see
Uh-huh.
that tweet the other day? Somebody had announced that the Oscars were finally only allowing nominated films that they had actually watched or that voters had
Oh
actually watched.
my god.
Bruh.
Oh my god. Don't get me started on. I seen that and I was so mad. First, because they announced this after Brazil gets its first Oscar.
Yeah.
Secondly, it explains why Emilia Paris got any Oscars whatsoever to begin
No, okay,
with.
so I thought about this the other day, right? Because I also remembered years ago. Do you remember Moonlight?
Moonlight, the documentary about the one guy. Is that what Moonlight is
I think
about?
so. Okay, I will say this straight
I
up.
think it won best film.
I've never seen Moonlight, but remember that
Yeah,
when
me
they
neither.
announced like it was like Moonlight and La La Land or whatever, and they had announced it or whatever, I think. I
They
can't.
yes yeah, the announcer got it wrong or something like
Yeah,
that.
something
I
like
think.
that. Now, I thought about that,
Hmm.
right, a while ago. Moonlight is probably a great film. I've never seen it, but a lot of people, when that had happened, had openly admitted in public that, oh, yeah, I've never seen this film either. And I was like,
Hmm.
are we just voting for films that nobody's ever seen?
Off of vibe.
Yeah, that nobody even, like, cares about? Because Amelia Perez, that made no sense at all. What do you mean a film that is
It's
so
getting
controversial?
it's, it's, it's not even the controversies behind it.
Mm,
It's an insult to every musical ever.
yeah,
It's insulting. It's insulting. Every single like the musical aspect of it is revolting.
yeah,
Like I've spent 5 seconds. I'm not musically inclined. You know that. I don't
yeah, yeah,
play
yeah.
instruments. I don't sing. I know of musicals. I watch my favorite music is Sweeney Todd. I've watched musicals before.
Mhm.
5 seconds that I heard any songs from Emilia Perez, I was like, this is not worthy of be called a
This
musical.
sucks.
Like this sucks. Like fucking Disney Channel shows had better music scores than this.
Yeah,
And how the fuck is
exactly.
it winning Oscars? How the hell is it winning? I think it won the best score at some point or best
Yeah,
original
it did.
song
Yeah.
over Wicked. Wicked was the choice,
Like,
and
I
they
will
vote.
admit, Wicked, not original because it is already an existing musical. However, it has never
Yeah, sure.
received an
Yeah.
award for an Oscar. So technically, in that case, you could have just been like best score and that would have counted. It's won Tonys, yeah. It hasn't won Oscars though, and the
Mhm.
film is up for an Oscar. So therefore, bruh, oh my gosh.
Uh-huh.
Anybody else could have gotten that award.
Literally.
But you know, that pissed me off when I saw
Ah,
that. And I thought it was really funny because everybody else's response was the exact same, was the fact of, what, we haven't been doing that? We haven't been doing that? Are you telling me that that's not what you've
that's
been doing?
crazy.
What?
That is crazy. And the fact that they don't watch them is very telling.
That is
Because
absolutely
even like
telling.
even if you are like a 70-year-old man which only job is to vote at the Oscars, you've seen movies before. You've been to a cinema at one point in your life.
Yeah.
You cannot tell me you sit down to watch Amelia Perez and anything worthwhile is deserving of a vote. It's insane to me. Actually insane to me. And I didn't want to shit on it too much because, Brazil got the first Oscar on the same
Yeah.
ceremony. But also, who the fuck is Honora? Who the fuck is Honora and why I cannot I'm sorry. I understand Honora as a concept, which is, sex workers, it's a very touching story. Over a story about dictatorship that is something that's very prominent and probably will be very prominent in the future very soon, about a whole nation. Really? Really? Anora? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Uh, Look, people,
Now, I'll
they just let anybody in here now. They
mhm.
just let anybody in here now.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess. Oh my god.
Oh.
The fact that Emilia Perez won any Oscars diminished incredibly my faith in the Oscars. Catboy Corn Cannon. Hey Zap, how are you?
Hi,
Yes, we
Zep.
are.
Hello.
Yes, I am. I mean, hello, Zap. We're talking about pop culture and the Oscars.
You know,
God damn
literally,
it.
not even kidding. They really do be just letting anybody in here now. Okay, they're just be giving free access to everybody.
Mm-hmm. And at that point, there's nothing else you can do. I mean, am I the Oscars a joke? Yeah. So we're talking about they literally announced that now people have to watch the films to vote for them, which apparently they weren't doing in the past 100 fucking years. I don't know how many years the Oscars are around.
Actually,
And
when did
yeah,
Oscars start? The
I think it's like
first
50 years ago. Let me see.
Oscars. I think it's earlier than that. It's 1929. First Academy Award
19
ceremony was
Jesus.
held
Yes.
on May 16th, 1929 at the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel in Los Angeles, honoring films from 1927 and 1928. The ceremony, a private dinner event
Mhm.
for 270 people, awarded 15 gold statues. The event was hosted by Douglas Fairbanks and lasted for only 15 minutes.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
You bring a good point, Zeph. Western awards, yeah, they are kind of a joke. Mia feels like they probably did at the beginning, but sometimes people get lazy and longer. Sometimes don't know. That is true. Also, I mean, directors and like producers, sometimes they just make an Oscar bait movie, and they really want to bait that Oscar. So, and they keep they like I don't know how many films come out in a year or something. But I can see people making like movies just to be featured at the Oscars, and that also can get very tiring as him. That's why I don't give a fuck about Coachella or Sabrina either. What the fuck is Sabrina? What award is Sabrina? What Sabrina Carpenter? Is that what you're talking about?
I like Sabrina
I don't
Carpenter.
know. I don't know the Sabrina awards. Oh, Sabrina Carpenter. I've heard some songs of her. I mean, I don't have strong opinions. What's your opinion about Sabrina Carpenter, Macaron?
I like her. I like her songs. She does fit the bill
Her
of
songs are
Taylor
pretty.
Swift 2.0, but also she's more out here
True.
advertising what I like, what's eye catching to me. So I like her. I like her songs. I'm not gonna
She.
judge anybody unless obviously they end up actually doing something really problematic,
Oh,
which as far as I've heard, I have not seen.
that is fair.
Why they added a
Why did they add her
Fortnite
to
though?
Fortnite? Well, because people will play the game.
Look,
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
fine.
people, they ended up playing Fortnite because of two people, Miku and Sabrina Carpenter, and the boys
I
got
spend
mad.
I spent $150 on Miku, and I will never regret that decision. I don't even play Fortnite, but I bought the skin.
See, this is what I mean. You bring people, you bring like artists into the festival pass, people that actually like
Mhm.
that everybody cares about, and it brings everybody in. You want to know what's insane? The amount of dudes who were pissed off when Miku rocked up and when also Sabrina Carpenter rocked up because all the girlies were playing with this girly skin now, and everybody was like, "Well, these
Mhm.
girls are playing my game now," and it's like, bro, shut the hell up.
Girls in my
You
games.
girls are in my games. Shut up. Sit down. I will play this game just to piss you off. Just to see
Also,
you
there's
mad.
no. It doesn't make sense to me that there are people that are still like that. Oh, girls don't play video games. Like, what
Yep.
year are you from?
Yep.
What the fuck? Well, like, what's the point? There's nothing. There is nothing at any point that will be like, oh, video games are. I never understood this idea that video games are for boys because there's no games are just for boys. I guess if you play maybe Dead or Alive, maybe, but I can still also see girls playing that game, so I don't see what's the point.
There
I've
isn't
had guys
even a
literally throw my
specified
comp games. Oh my
demographic
god.
either. Like a lot of the time,
Yeah.
people, mostly dudes, will play these games and they're like, "Oh no, girls can't play this game," and it's like, I don't see a sign that says I'm not allowed
That's
to. I don't.
crazy.
I don't see anybody stopping me. I'm making this company bank, so shut up, man.
That's crazy. That crazy. Zest, that's crazy. I cannot imagine. Like, even let's just say I know there's like grown ass men they do this, but like let me put myself when I was like 10 and like ew girls are icky, you know. If I'm playing a video game online and I was always very passionate about video games. If I heard the voice of a girl playing a video game like when I was 10, I was like, holy shit. My world would be changed forever. Like, what do you mean that girls play video games? Girls are so cool. I love girls. You know? That would where my mind would go, because if I see somebody enjoying what I enjoy, I get happy. I don't get mad, you know? It's like, oh, people enjoy what I enjoy. Hell yeah, we can talk about it, right? But no, these femoids in my screen. What the
Femoids?
fuck? Femoids in my screen. What the fuck is
Because it's the
this?
concept of like another gender coming into a space that apparently was already filmed with one section, and they're upset at the fact that they're coming into that space. It's like the whole concept of like a man's cave. A man's cave is only allowed to be occupied by men. A girl going in there is apparently an obscene concept. In which case, fine. Girls should have their own cave then, but they'd get mad about that too.
Mm-hmm.
They'd get pissed off like, "Oh, but why do you get
Mm-hmm.
your own space?" "I don't know, babe. Why do you get your space?" "Huh? What?"
Yeah, that's great. Corn is a girl lover confirmed. Yeah, I'm coming out as a heterosexual, right? Yes. Um, I'm joking. I'm sorry. That was
They
stupid.
they
That
tell
was a
us
stupid
not to
joke.
get mad at the fact that we're upset about something, because then they say to us that, "Oh, you're just being emotional." But then the second when a guy gets mad about us doing something, then it's like, "But you're not allowed to do that because
Mhm.
blah 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 blah." Bruh, bruh. The double standard. What?
Oh,
What?
good night, Dad. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy concept. That was funny to be honest. My experienced guys are far more emotional.
Yes, they are
Honestly,
actually.
yes, we are, and a lot, and because guys also repress their emotions,
Hmm.
and when it comes out aggressively because it's all built up and bottled up. That just explodes when it comes out, and they
Mm.
get mad because they see a girl playing a video. It's insane. Yes, exactly. It's just the way of social. Yeah, exactly. That has a good
Yeah.
point. That has a good point.
I hate the fact that as a society, it's been normalized, particularly for a lot of older women too. When a boy does something at a young age to a girl, when she gets upset about it and discloses that to an adult who, she would hope she can trust, that adult in turn, for some reason, every single exactly that's the point I was getting to, is that boys will be
Boys will
boys.
be
I
boys. Oh my god.
hate that. Why are you allowing a boy to get away with something, but then when a girl does it, you're like, no, that's not very ladylike. Excuse me?
That's crazy.
Why is there a
That's
double
crazy.
standard? Why is a boy allowed to be immature and dumb and do all these stupid things and get away with it, but when a girl does it, she's immediately cussed out for it? Huh?
She's in the wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. And I think it's because I lost my dad when I was 4, and I was raised by my mother until I was like until my adolescence, and my late adolescence.
Mm-mm.
So that boys will be boys, I don't think is a common phrase in Brazil. And I was never told that. Like if I did something wrong, I would be corrected by my mom, and my mom, and despite what is the Latino popularity of raising kids, I
Mm,
was never spanked. I was never yelled at. My mom raised me with treating me right and respect,
mm, mm.
and taught me to share that to the world as well. So that was something that I think is because of how I was raised. Uh, I never got that mentality, and I think how kids are raised really carries out of how they are in the future.
Oh yeah, it does. I think that's the other thing as well, is that a lot of people underestimate is the fact that an environment affects a child immensely. It's so important. And if you're gonna let a child, if
Mhm.
particularly a boy, get away with doing things and then end up berating a girl for doing those exact same things, bruh,
And
literally,
yeah, and that.
oh,
Mhm.
it like Zeth said, the worst case scenario is
Enables
that
them.
it does enable them into doing heinous things because there is no like reparations. There is no like backhanding them for doing something like that because they've been basically let off because they are aware that they can get away with it. Whereas for girls, we learn very early. That's why we mature so quickly, is because we have to learn at a very young age that we don't get what we want all the time, because the second we want what we want,
Uh-huh.
we get berated for it. We get told off. We get basically said that no, you can't have that because you're a girl. What?
That is crazy.
Do you know how unfair that is? We have to like talk it
Yes.
out, whereas like whereas guys get to fight it out. What? Huh? Why am I expected to have the emotional maturity? Why can't it be said on both sides? Huh?
This is why I'm the biggest hater.
Real, real. Never
Babe.
practice being calm. Never practice, being the bigger person. Be a hater. Be a hater. I encourage that. Too many
Oh my
injustices. It's
god.
time to take revenge. Real. For real, for real. It's time to
Time
destroy
to destroy
gender.
gender.
Gender norms as well. Just the concept as well of guys cooking for girls is recent. It's very recent. In the 1950s, that would have been considered modern because nobody else was doing that, because it was an expectation that a wife would be at home cooking and cleaning and taking care of the children. Nowadays, it's now more acceptable that a man is also participating in those things, and I personally love that. But a lot of other people who are more, old school and old mindseted would come in and they would be like, but shouldn't the wife be doing that? No, he's got hands. He's capable.
Yeah.
He can do it.
Yeah.
He can sort it out. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Goom.
Hello,
Aren't you supposed to be
baby.
sleeping?
No, he just woke up. The male wife here.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
Exhibit
Okay.
A, my lovely male wife over here. He cooks and he cleans for me. He is
Base.
very much
Base.
capable, and I also am very much capable of as well as giving the exact same things back to him. Literally, reciprocation's dead. Reciprocation is so
Speaking of
dead.
male, it is. It really is. It really is. Speaking of male wife, I should order food. I'm hungry.
Go eat. I'll handle this from here.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna open my food app and then I'm gonna click boop and I'll order
What do
food.
you feeling like today?
Let me see. Depends on how much money I have. Let me see. Let's see what's open.
If a guy can
Ooh,
physically plus not burn down the house, he can do it. Exactly! Exactly!
exactly, exactly.
And now onto the topic of weaponized incompetence, specifically for husbands. I cook a good veggie lasagna. Exactly. I'm
A lot,
excited to
no, but
try it.
true. A lot of men, and I've seen that in real time.
Mm.
A lot of men, they do stuff in the wrong way because they don't bother to do it correctly or to pay attention, and they say, "Oh, I can't do this. Now you have to do it because I can't do it."
Yeah.
What that thing is actually is a very big problem that men do.
Mm-mm.
And I've seen that multiple times in real life.
Especially because you kind of gotta like watch it all happen in real time, and then I think the first sentence that comes out of a man's mouth when he says to a girl, like, "Oh, I just don't know what I'm doing. I'm just incapable of doing
Yeah.
this. You do it for me." Bruh, the way I would side eye so hard. What do you mean you can't do it
Where's my
yourself?
mail?
Ugh.
Where's my male wife? Can you guys link me up? Thank you. Okay, one day, Zed. One day you find your male wife.
I got lucky with Gumi. I got very lucky with him. He does a very
That's
good
right.
job, and I love him so much for it.
Hey, that's cute. I'm gonna order a burger, I think.
Borgor.
Burger.
I support
Burger.
the Pookies.
I support the Pookies. Burger. How much for the burger?
The femboy touch there. Baby, that doesn't work for everybody though.
Oh my god. I hope I don't learn into any more landmine. I believe in you, Zeph.
Oh my god.
$70 for a burger?
It worked for you. Okay, but when I found you, it wasn't because of the femboy tag. I found you because of a mutual friend, okay?
I'm gonna burn down this rest. I mean, I'm going to not order there.
I am going to enact
I'm
emotion
lying.
stability.
I'm lying. I'm lying. I cannot say the stuff I say. No. You did it. You did, it's not 17. It's 70. 70.
Big ol' 70.
God. Who's selling this burger? Nintendo? What the fuck?
Oh, it's on the burger diamonds.
Bro.
Oh.
I'm telling you right now, if you guys come to Brazil and you're gonna eat something which is like an individual plate, like individual dish, and it costs more than $60, and you are not on a fancy restaurant, get out. Get out. They're literally stabbing you in the back.
You know what? You know
Not
what I
even
should have
joking.
done? I just thought about this now. You know what I should have done when I had sent you those photos when I was in Korea and Japan about those Brazilian places?
Uh-huh.
I should have gone in and
Yeah?
taken a photo of the menu and been like, "Hey, is this like
Yeah.
accurate?
Is this accurate?
Is this the price it would be in Brazil? Hell no. Hell no.
And if we do the conversion, I'll guarantee you it will be cheaper. I'll guarantee you in Korea will be cheaper than in Brazil.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guarantee you.
For sure.
For shit.
For
Nintendo
context for
burgers.
everybody, by the way. So I made it was a weird thing that happened. When I was in Japan with my sister last year, so I ran into 2 restaurants in Japan and Korea. The first one was in Kyoto in a really odd alleyway, and I sent it to Korn. And I was like, hello, look what I found. I found a Brazilian restaurant. It's got a giant Brazilian flag out the back. And he was like, oh, yeah,
Yay.
cool. And then the next time, I didn't think it was going to happen again. And then the next time I saw it again, another Brazilian flag outside of a restaurant in Korea, in Busan of all places, and I sent the photo to him and I was like, bro, I keep running into this. This cannot keep happening.
Just go in.
Ah.
Oh, this is the place that takes forever. Oh man, I forgot this was the place that takes forever.
Bye, baby. Have a good training.
Bye, Gooman. Bye. He's dead again.
He's
Meow.
dead again.
I'm alive and quite well elected.
The
Nintendo
cat-
burger without the pickles. DLC, right?
That's just Cooking Mama right there.
Also, as a cooking, Cooking Mama, true. I will say that I will give, because like I hear that I live in America. I hear that people like order food and they ask for adjustments, and the restaurants just ignore it. Here in Brazil, they don't do that. Like, if I ask, like, please remove the tomatoes, they do. But I remember one time when I order, I think it was like, it wasn't shawarma. Oh no, what's is another thing? It's like it was an Arabic cuisine, and I order one without vegetables because I have a child's palate, and they mixed up the orders and they delivered me the veggie order, and I opened it up and was just like wrapped like as a wrap of like vegetables, and I was like, please, please return this. Please, I will not. It was full of tomatoes, lettuce, um, fuck. What's the name of the
I find your
cabbages? I was like,
distaste to vegetables so funny sometimes.
it is. I'm sorry, it is. I know it's a very immature, but like I cannot do it. It's too late for me. It's too gone for me.
No, literally right.
Vegetables are too gone. Yes, yes. I literally avoid touching it. And yes, Alex, Brazil is huge. Brazil is huge.
The Brazilians keep following you, Macaron, for reference. No, they do. Every single time I see a reference to Brazil, I always send it to Corn. Because I'm like, bro, can you like stop?
Yeah.
Can you stop following me?
Can you like, stop? Garlic is nice. What? I love garlic, but I don't like vegetables in general. And I was like, the moment I opened up, I fell to my knees and I called the restaurant and was like, please, you got my order wrong. And I was like, no, we didn't. We sent it like no. You got my order wrong. Please.
My order is wrong.
Please send it another fucking thing. And they did, which were kind of nice. And they sent a free dessert as an apology to get my order wrong. So good on them. But I think I gave I think I gave the veggie order to my neighbor because like I'm not gonna eat that. And not even Sophie, because Sophie, she learned from me. Sophie also does not eat vegetables if I give it to her. If I throw a tomato at Sophie, like when you throw stuff for your dog to eat and they catch it like in the air. If once I bought a burger that came with a tomato and I threw the tomato to Sophie, she literally gagged when the tomato hit her mouth. Like, bleh. Like, Sophie, you're like me. You learned. And Sophie does not eat vegetables as well. Cat,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
goodness.
I like garlic bread's really good. Time travel to Brazil, track down Corn, raid his fridge, and steal his dog. What? Animals imprint on people for real. Yes. Yes.
They say that over time, your
Sophie.
dog, either you look like your dog or your dog starts to look like you.
I guess. I am lazy. I am lazy, needy, and I also don't eat vegetables. So I guess that's true.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just like Sophie.
She is your baby. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense why she's acting exactly like you. She's just like her father. Oh my goodness. Ah.
That's crazy.
Also, fun fact for people. Speaking of dogs, in case you didn't know, they can't have avocados.
You can't have avocados? Why?
Avocados are like poisonous, kind of, to dogs.
Really?
So apparently there's like a toxin in it that the dogs can't eat. Something like that, apparently. They can eat the peels, but they can't eat the avocado itself.
Let me see what's this poison. Then avocado dog. I looked up avocado dogs and a fucking AI generated images. God damn it. Oh my god.
Bruh.
I'm reading the opposite. I'm reading that small pieces of avocado pulp are safe for dogs, but the peel, the seed, and the stub are toxic due to person.
Oh.
Person is
What
a
is
natural
person?
fungicide. Quercetin's a natural fungicide. I think it's natural. It's good for us technically, but also we don't eat the peel or the seed of the avocado that often.
Hmm.
But it's a natural fungicide that exists in the plant. But I'm reading here that for dogs it can cause vomits, diarrhea, and even choking. They can stop breathing.
Ugh.
Yeah, so technically avoid avocados because if it's something that's in the peel, it can bleed into the pulp as well
Yeah.
because of natural processes. So just avoid giving avocados to dogs in general. Corn cat with an actual cat furry. Okay, Catrice is not a cat. Catrice is it's her own being
Oh my goodness.
that may look like a cat.
Oh.
Okay. There's there's a difference.
I had a debate with you about this, remember, and I won that debate.
No, no, no. The debate was that I wasn't a furry. I conceded. I am by technicality, I am a furry.
Yes.
But Catrice is not a cat. Catrice is its own sentient being
Why is she called Catrice then?
because her she evolved from she has she shares a common
What
denominator
is
with
that?
cats.
What did I just hear, Corn? What did you just say there? That she shares something with a cat?
The common denominator. Same way that we do with primates. It's
I rest my case.
chat, chat, help me. She's a little cat-like. Would you say okay, Rad? Okay, I concede. I concede my point. Damn it!
Is
I
Primrose
give
a
the
rose, but
milk
it
to
looks
my
like
cat.
corn, but it's up into a corner? Exactly! Exactly!
Okay, Mia. I'm banning you from my chat.
I love putting these debates with him because he tries so hard to not make it out the way that it is, but it's like, bro, you literally walked in. You walked into the.
That's the secret. Core is always self-destruct if you give him enough time. Man. Okay, Corn, Mia's banning you. No, don't make me from your chat. Okay, I will not.
That's so funny.
I'll stop. I'll stop. God damn it. I got, chat. I got.
I didn't even have to say anything. I asked one question and you walked right into it.
I'd be calling him a simp for cats, but my problem is I send him the images of Catrice. That is a good point. Alexis just sends me pictures of Catrice from time to time, and I'll say, hell yeah, Catrice.
Oh my goodness.
Why are you laughing?
It's just so funny to me because it's every time we talk about Catrice, right? He always upright and denies something about it because it's like me out here mentioning something. I don't even have to say anything too big, and he immediately walks right into that. Oh my god. Oh. My brother in
Sometimes you got
Christ.
encouraged the simping. That is true.
My brother in Christ, you need to oh,
Cat.
you need to fight back.
I need to, yeah. I need to be more I am rare. I'm very non-confrontational. I should start being more confrontational from time to time.
Oh, that's twice now. We've had 2 times where we had a conversation about catches and you've lost to me.
Damn it.
Don't make it a
I need
third.
better arguments.
Don't make it a third.
Oh, I will not.
Though I said the same thing to Groovy once. I can't remember what it was, but I was like, babe, you have to be like, you gotta be tougher than that. You can't keep letting me win.
Literally.
His most of the time, his argument against me is nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. That always works. Nuh-uh is the epitome of arguments.
The problem is
Nuh-uh.
he can say nuh-uh all he wants, but I always come back fighting, and he always just resorts back to nuh-uh, even though he realizes that that's not a real argument.
That's not how it works. I'm copying.
Yay! Go get that ice cream, Lexus! Let's go!
Yay! Ice cream! I love ice cream.
Mia thought you were good with arguments,
waiting.
Corn.
Look, I am good with arguments when I have arguments. I don't have any arguments to beat up the catcher's allegations.
That
Okay,
is true. When we debate, he fights. He fights really well. But if he can't say
Yeah.
anything, he stumbles. He like literally stutters. It's really funny.
Yeah. Also, Mia gave you the VIP tag.
Yippee!
Yay! God damn it. Also, Power World. Chad, do you know that Power World will release a visual novel where you can romance pals? I cannot wait for that to drop.
Oh my
I'm telling you
goodness.
right now, it will be the time
They
of my
made
life.
it just for you, Corn. Just for you.
They made it for me. They did. They really did.
All your dreams are
straight-
coming true.
Hell yeah, they know. They
Wait,
know,
that
chat.
means that there's probably like a whole society of Catrice lovers out there. You can find your people.
Catchphrase has only one lover, and that's me.
I knew he would say that. I knew exactly that he would say that.
That's me.
Oh, hey, you never know. There could be someone out there who shares the same love as you do.
Maybe.
And then you could put yap about that.
Okay, that's a good point. Maybe I'll find a fellow catchphrase enjoyer at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure they're somewhere around here. I don't know.
And they'll be like, catchphrase though? I'll be like,
Catrice?
yeah,
For real,
catchphrase.
for real.
For real, for real.
I can't even think. Wait, no, we did talk about this a while ago when you did the tier list. I did say
Yeah.
that I thought Anubis was pretty good looking, but that's because of the mask.
You
aspect again,
did!
so-
Anubis is pretty good. There's a lot of good looking pals, and they added new pals as well.
I did hear about that.
Oh, there is one that's actually just furry bait. There's one that was like, when I saw her like in the world, I was like, I know what you are. I know why you're here.
I know.
Let me try to find her. I know who you are. Pal World. I think it's the Pal deck. Is there where they? 1 second. I will find her.
I've been investing a lot into flying pals because I kept finding. I went for a fly one time because I couldn't be bothered to walk everywhere, and I flew to a bunch of places that had all these eggs, put them in an incubator, and I got all this rare stuff before I should have gotten it.
That is fair. Also, flying pals are really good to have on base because they carry stuff very fast. Let me scroll down because I know she's one of the new. Exactly.
I have one.
Her name is Nyafia.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen. Nyafia. Nya, like a cat saying it. Nya, N-Y.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
1 second. Like, when I saw her, I was like, there's no way they did not intend this. Chad, look at this. Did it work? It's not working. There you go. Chad. You cannot look at this and tell me this is not the biggest furry bait that I ever seen. I'm not mad at it. She's cute, but at least Catrice was natural. You
That's just
know,
a cat and a
this one
dress.
I can tell. Friend, that's literally just a kid.
I
Shut
could say
up.
the same thing about Catrice. I could say the exact same thing
No,
about Catrice.
look. She has good skills. Actually, handiwork 3 is pretty good for her level. But this design, they had one thing. Their dress even. Shut the. Okay, we're not doing this. I'll stop sharing. Shut fuck you, Red. I'm not talking to you. That's nothing to do with Catrice. Are you crazy? Crazy, insane. Macaron, defend me.
What am I defending?
Defend me.
What am I supposed to defend?
He's wrong. Tell me he's wrong. Tell me he's wrong. Not true.
Connie, you know I can't. Look deep into
Oh,
Nafia's eyes. Look at that
bro.
and tell me that that's just not another cat in a dress.
No.
There. Look, on the bright side, there's a collection.
Did I guess. I'll just make a harem now. Thank you, I guess.
Yeah. See, like, I don't know. There's got to be some benefit to this, and I can't deny what it looks like. That's not my design choice; it's someone else's.
True.
I will admit, I like Splatterina. Splatterina is pretty cool.
Splatterina? Oh, I love Splatterina too. Let me look her up. Okay, I guess I'll show chat. I guess.
Ooh.
Splatterina. Omascool? I really like Omascool as well.
I love Omascool.
They look really cool. They look really nice.
Granted,
look at them. Look at them. Look at them.
What's it? What is it called? I called it Plague in my game, but that's because it looks like a plague doctor.
I know exactly. It's K something like. 1 second. He's here somewhere. Cognito.
That's it. I remember the first time I saw him, and I told Korn about this, and I was like, I like it. It's a silly looking bird, and I want it. I like the birds. What can I say?
And you can have his mask now.
Yeah, I saw that. I like that. My Cognito is called Plague because it looks like a plague doctor. And he also
Bella Noir. Bella Noir. Oh. Yes. I love Bella Noir because she's a raid boss. You can't get her unless you're playing. You can get her, but you need to be really high level because you summon her and she fucks up your shit. I'll let you know. She is level 30. I was level 50 something. I was like, okay, I can take her. I could not take her. Me and my Catrice, we fought for our lives and fucking died. And I have to wait her to despawn because she started attacking your base and destroying everything. I was like, holy shit, I love her. So I still haven't captured her yet.
She's cool though. I like her design.
She's really cool. Which is the one you said you liked?
Thank you,
Splatterina. Hey. Splatterina is really cool, Joe. Very well designed.
I like
she reminds
the way
me
that she looks in the sense of like her own name. Like a ballerina, but would literally splat you.
Yeah. Exactly. And she has a meat cleaver. While in possession, the amount of items obtained using. Do you know what this means?
What?
You know when you use the meat cleaver? When you kill your pals for items. You slaughter them. There is an animation that you cleaving your pals when you use the meat cleaver.
Oh
So she's literally like a fucking murder assistant. Holy shit, I love her more.
she's a Grim
Oh
Reaper.
my
Oh my
god.
gosh.
I love her so much more now. Thank you for the hydrating the posture,
I remember
Mia.
that now because
Base.
you killed one of your pals, didn't you? And then it censored it.
Yeah. It censors it, yeah. Like The Sims. Oh, where is she? Where can I find her appearance?
Like The Sims,
No,
unless
not
you
appearance. I
have
mean,
the violence mod, then
base.
it's definitely not like The Sims at all.
Hmm. How can I breed her? I don't have anybody. Oh no, I think I do. I have Polaris Aqua, maybe,
You all heard that.
and I have Mimog.
You all heard that.
Xenolure. Do I have Xenolure? Yeah, I'm wondering how I breed her because I have no idea where she's at the map. So I need to breed her so I can collect her. How can you? Jesus Christ, cricket just asked that. Okay, that's not what That's not what I meant. I also love Tyrantris. I love Tyrantris. Riding her is insane. She runs so fast.
What?
What? She's a mount. She's a mount. Rod. I mount her and I ride her, and she has her web. It's really cool. It's really cool. They were cooking. They were cooking the last update.
I like
Let
the
me
big
see.
old llama, the llama king.
The Llama King, yeah.
Yeah.
King Paka.
Yeah, you know what's funny? So Cad had obtained King Paka. He's the only ride that she ever takes with her. And he's really slow, so she falls behind. But the
Yeah.
funniest part is that we just see this giant alpaca riding its way across the mountain. It's like,
Let me see.
it just gets in the way. It's so funny.
Oh, she is a boss in the Twilight Forest. That's why I
Oh.
couldn't find her. Holy shit, she's tall? Oh my god, I need her.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay. Okay, chat. I know what next stream's gonna be.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna go for Splatterina,
I
chat.
just unlocked an ability out of him is to go hunt.
Lost a core memory.
Yeah, core
Oh, she is
memory.
indeed the Twilight Zone. A core memory was. I was like, hell.
I don't think I've been to the Twilight Zone yet.
Oh my god, it's hard. It's hard because it's high level. Yeah, Corin, you like you and your tall women VR chat. Okay, Mia.
Hello? What's
Okay,
that
Mia.
about?
Okay, Mia. Okay, so Mia showed me because I never played VR chat before. And Mia showed me VR chat, and she sent me to the world where they have like all the skins that
Yeah.
people make for VR chat, the models for VR chat. And you know, I was experimenting, and I fought a Mume. Was it Mume or Fauna? I don't remember. I found a Mume or Fauna model. I was like, wait a minute, I can make them tall, and I did. I did until there was no limit, and I was like, damn, this is nice. Tall women are nice. Let me tell you, Chad. And then I have to reduce back to normal size because I couldn't walk in the world.
Tall women are nice.
Tall women are nice.
Oh, how you say
I'm
that.
so glad I stopped sharing because I scrolled down on because I look Splatterina Power location. The first scroll down is an art from Fur Affinity. So I'm so glad I stopped sharing my screen. I'm so glad I stopped sharing.
Oh my goodness.
You figure things out. Thank you, Rod. Thank you. Also, VR chat is really fun.
The giantness.
Okay, it's not that bad. So calm down.
You would
Calm
see an Amazonian first glance you'd got and fall immediately head over heels for her just because she's taller than you.
a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Because it's hard. I'm a tall guy. It's
I
hard.
mean, yeah, that's what I was about to get
Mia
to. Is
just
the
wanted
fact
to
of it's really
joke as
hard. Is the fact that you're a tall guy and tall woman taller than you is difficult to find.
Interesting. It's an interesting find. Mia doesn't understand. Don't worry, Mia. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Your sweet sweet soul does not need to know what we're talking about. But yeah, VR chat is really fun. I played Murder Mystery, and I was a detective, and there was this one guy that joined me and Mia, and he had a Sonic model, and he was playing like really loud music on a bad mic. So as a detective, you get the gun to find the killer. So I shot him on the spot every time I saw him, just so we didn't need to hear the music.
Real.
And even then, he was he was not the murderer all those times.
Bruh, you're just
Like
irritating. I don't
bam,
want
it
to
was
hear
really
anymore.
fun. Yeah, no, I should play VR chat again. It's really fun.
I haven't
I
been
understand
on
why people do meetups on VR chat because
years.
it's really fun. I recommend.
At the beginning.
It's
Right
insane.
at the beginning.
That's why you shooting somewhere at the beginning. Yeah, that was me. That was me. Oh, you can mute them. I didn't know you could mute them.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I haven't played it in. Shouldn't say played, like
Highly
it's a
recommend.
game. It's not a game. I haven't used it in forever. Like the last time I was active
Mhm.
on there was when Ugandan Knuckles was still a thing. And the Tide Pod was a big thing.
Oh, right. You're right.
Yeah.
VR chat is that old. I forgot how old VR chat is. Yeah. You
Yeah.
got the knuckles. Do you know the way?
Do you know the way? Yeah, no. It's interesting being there. You find some interesting fellows, but then you also get a bit too real in realizing just how chronically online some people are. And then thinking that you were chronically online until you end up meeting said chronically online people, and it's like, well, I guess I'm not. I
Yes.
I have a very much sane life compared to you.
Fair. That is fair.
Oh.
Yeah, VR chat is fun. I recommend chat. Big recommend.
It's good to make friends on there if you meet decent people, that is. Some people are on there for weird
Yeah.
things.
For we all I seen it. When I was waiting for Mia to join, I joined like a random world where there was like almost like a Mario Kart game, but there was the hub that people can stay before joining the game.
Hmm.
And there were the two guys in a corner, and I was like, they're doing something inappropriate.
It always is.
Yes,
Always. Every
they're acting up.
time.
They're acting up in there. I can see from here. They're acting up.
There was a time I was in a lobby. I was hanging out with a couple of people that were pretty chill. And randomly, I don't know how this happened. I think it was a hacker. Can't remember. But somehow in like the sky of this lobby, somebody had posted up like full on porn. And
Mhm.
the people I was hanging out with, they were like, "Okay, back, look away. Don't look at this." And I was like, "Okay, what the fuck is happening? What in the world?"
Mhm.
There's some
It's
some
it's
some weird
it's weird.
things.
Yeah, but like the people that joined me and Mia when we were playing Murder Mystery, it wasn't actually well, the exception of the Sonic with blasting music. Everybody else was pretty nice, and it was pretty cool. And there's also Shovel Knight that appeared, and I was Mume. I was kind of sad that nobody recognized Mume because
Hmm.
how dare they not know who Mume is. But it was fun. It was a fun time.
Mume is niche.
What?
Mume is
You cannot say
niche.
that.
Look, I can
Mm,
say that. Remember, I sent you the photos when we were in Japan. Every single animate store we went to that had a Hololive section never had Mume for some reason.
you're right.
And if
God
they did have Mume, she was in a
damn it.
collection with a bunch of other people that you didn't care about, and it was a gotcha. And I was like, if I get this for him, it's gonna be a problem if he doesn't get Mume. So there is no point.
Okay. Okay, have a point. You have a point.
Yeah, I had to witness it firsthand for you. Remember
Uh,
that?
man.
Ah.
Not gonna lie, Mia was surprised that it went that smooth. Really? Is that the case? Damn. Damn.
Are rare in Japan, so it
Also,
makes
Mia heard
sense.
Hollow Yen
Yep.
memes are rare in Japan. Makes sense.
Can confirm firsthand. Went to every single anime store because I had intentions, right? Because I had said to the boys that I was going to get them gifts, which I still need to send corns because I've been busy all week. But basically, I had
Mm-hmm.
said to the boys, give me like a list of wish lists, like things you would want me to buy you in Japan, and I'll go get them. One of the things, obviously, on Corn's list was Hololive, specifically something Mume related. And I was like, okay, cool. Shouldn't be that hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Japan. Hololive is huge in Japan. JP
Mm-hmm.
is huge in Japan. Hololive JP is. Hololive EN is not. I figured that out very quickly.
Damn.
Going to every single animate store we could in Tokyo. Going to, you know what's also hilarious too, in case people didn't know this, the section for Hololive or cover in general is just one
Oh,
aisle.
mhm.
There's nothing else beyond that. It's one whole aisle.
That's crazy.
And that's that. You want to know what it is for Niji Sanji? An entire section to themselves.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, Digisanji was bigger for the longest time in Japan.
Yeah. So at every single animate store we went to, including the main one too, the main one in Ikebukuro, we went to that one as well. And Niji Sanji
Mm-hmm.
was a lot more prominent than Cover Corp, which was crazy to me. I was like, surely at the main animate store, you'll have something lying about. No. It's the same at every single store, every single animate store. It's one aisle, and that's that. There is nothing else. And there is no EN. It's just JP. If there's EN, it's a gotcha, and you cannot guarantee what you're getting.
Which
Ugh.
okay, I guess that kind of makes sense.
Well, I wouldn't say it makes sense, kind of, but it didn't make a lot of sense to me because the whole idea
Mhm.
for like the EN and JP branches is that yeah, they have their separate divisions of where they're popular in their certain areas, but also simultaneously there is at least a little bit of appreciation for the EN in Japan. It's the same case for EN in Japan for Niji Sanji as well. So why are we lacking in the merchandise department? You want to explain that?
Yeah,
What is
yeah, that makes
happening? Because this is the other point I'll point out as well. The reason why I say that's so odd is because when we were in that section for cover, there was Hollow Stars. EN was a lot more prominent in the Hollow Stars section than JP. So explain that
Really?
in reverse for Hollow Live.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. It was really strange.
Flabbergasted, honestly.
The men are far more wanted in in Japan than they are
Japan.
than
The
than the
moment.
women are, which I guess kind of makes sense almost because like if you're a dude who is into VTubers in Japan, you're more than likely to pick Nijisanji because they've been around longer. But also,
Mhm.
what I don't understand why it's so niche. I don't get that. How did
Yeah,
that happen?
it's really niche. Yeah,
You have
yeah.
all these fan
Huh.
cafes for them in Japan for Hololive EN, and yet there is a lack of merchandise for them in their own section of anime. What's up with that?
That is
Huh?
crazy.
I did manage
Hmm.
to get
Interesting, Chad.
Korn a figurine though for Overlord like he wanted. The crazy part as well though is the fact that Overlord is not niche.
Uh huh.
Overlord is not niche at all.
Wait, you did not? You didn't get the figurine?
No, I did get you the figurine. So I bought the figurine.
Oh my god. Okay.
No,
Oh
the
shit.
figurine is very much here.
Oof.
The funniest part about the figurine, right, is that a fun fact for people who don't know this, there are book offs. And Book Off is a secondhand store that usually sells a lot of books, but they also sell a lot of figurines there as well. There's an entire section dedicated to figurines from any kind of anime you can think of. I thought it was
Mhm.
going to be really hard to get a figurine for Overlord for Korn because I thought it was
Mhm.
like niche in Japan because I don't know, people would more than likely want to be talking about Miku and Rem from ReZero. I was very right about two of those
Yes.
points, but the third point being about Overlord, I was wrong about. The figurine I bought him, there was like 6 others on the shelf of the same quality in the same condition. Ah. And I was like, wow, I was so wrong. But also that's so hilarious. So many people brought back
You
the
do
same
be like that.
figurine to the store. Cause that's mostly what it is. Literally, if you go to JapanCon, go to a book off and go look for figurines that you'll like that you want. And you'll see
Mhm.
duplicates of them 100-fold in this one area. The Rem one I was going to get you that I sent you an image of, there was 20 of them on that same
Uh-huh.
show.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
all of them, $10.
$10?
Yes,
Damn.
$10. 10,
Bro, I need to go to Japan.
well, a thousand yen, which is obviously $10 in Japan. But yeah, was really
Mhm.
crazy because I was able to get the figurines that I wanted to get to you for such a cheap price because if I got them anywhere else, they would have costed me like $50, $60, heck, even more than that. They could have been like 400,
Yeah.
$500.
No, that is very fair, yes. Overlord seems like it's quite mainstream because it got like I'm pretty sure Overlord is very well known.
Overlord's
Is
very
it on the
well
other?
known. I just thought that Japan wouldn't like if it's so well known and that this is what my thought process was. If it's so well known and the
Uh huh.
figurines are, you know, being purchased left, right, and center, I would assume that collectors of these figurines would not want to give them up. They would hold on to them for their dear life, therefore being none
Mm-hmm.
in a store. I go in and there's 6 of them, and I'm like, wow, some people just don't want to keep their figurines, I guess. Alright, okay, cool. I guess that's the
Yeah.
case.
Also, I think the market for figurines is very large, so there's probably like a lot of sources, like a lot of options from figurines, and people just don't like. I feel like if they buy a figurine of one character,
Hmm.
they buy the one figurine unless they really like the character. They want to buy multiple figurines of the same character, right?
I don't know. It
I
depends on like
guess.
what kind of fanatic you are. And also it
Yeah,
simultaneously
that was a good
depends
point.
on what kind of figurine you're getting. So for example, Kat and I were supposed to get these limited edition figurines of Chuya Nakahara and Dazai Osamu from Bungo Stray Dogs. They're limited edition because they're only out for like a month and they cost like
Ooh,
$200-$300.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna get these because I wanted them. They're limited edition and you can't get them anywhere else. I couldn't
Mhm.
make the payment because I was like dead broke by the time I had to make the payment, so I was pretty upset about that. But man, the quality of these figurines was insane. And the best part about these
Yeah, I
figurines, right,
imagine.
was that they
Mhm.
were a reference to Chuya and Dazai within the manga, not the anime. So it wasn't like your average figurine. It was like mint condition, actually from Kodakawa figurines, limited edition only, and I was like,
Damn!
"Man, I'm so upset that I missed out on these!" Oh!
That's sad.
My only hope is that one day somebody decides that they don't like Bungo Stray Dogs anymore and decides to give up that
You'll sell it.
figurine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go get rid of
Maybe one
it.
day.
I'm so
I need to go back.
sad.
You're fine. I need to go back to watching Re:Zero. I'm pretty sure I missed like what 8 episodes at this point.
I mean,
I
anything
really like Re:Zero.
to save yourself from dealing with Subarus.
Yeah, fucking Subaru, man. I'm glad because every time I was watching with my friend, I was getting pissed off because Subaru was doing something else instead of going after Gluttony to save Ram. And
Mm,
I'm like, please, please, just save Ram. So probably since I skipped a couple episodes, I won't be as mad if he doesn't do it
mm.
immediately. But if he doesn't do it until the end of the season, I will actually crash out. I will actually crash out.
I don't know. See, the thing about Re:Zero that I dislike is the writing of the characters. Like some of the characters are really good,
Hmm.
but they are opted to be there for the sake of Subaru because he's supposed to be a main character that you're
Yeah,
supposed to root for. But then you have these
but
female
he's useless.
characters who mostly exist for his sake. And that's the
That is
irritating
true.
part, and that's why I don't like Re:Zero, because it's just bruh, it's a harem with all these women who have so much potential who don't even need to be in this harem. The dude you're in the harem with is useless as it is!
And most of them hate him because only Ram and Amelia like him. Everybody
Yeah.
else hates him.
Yeah, it's not a case of like, oh, they're just like having a different like attitude towards me because of blah 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 because tribes. No, 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 homie. They really
Yeah.
don't like you. You're just not a likable character. I don't even like you as a watcher. Why would they
Hmm.
like you?
As a character. In Mia's opinion, if a figure is popular plus the character has lots of figures, the price goes down quite a bit, depending on how much expensive the other similar ones are, like Nekopara. They seem really expensive. That's a good point. That's
Mm,
a good point to sum it up. Yeah.
yeah. It really depends on what the figure is, when it came out, who made it, and also how much of it there is. Because, like I said, the one that
Hmm.
I wanted to get for me and Cad. By the way, these figurines had to be purchased separately from each other because you could only get one or the other. So I had to purchase them both as like two separate entities. So
Hmm.
we're talking like 200, 300 for each. So that's like a whopping $600
Hmm.
right on the tab. And the thing about this, right, is
Hmm.
that I had the same scenario happen a while ago with a limited edition figurine with Hua from Heaven's Official Blessing.
Hmm.
Bruh, some of these fans.
You
Some of these
do me like that.
fans.
I'll be right
Oh,
back because I think my food arrived. 1 second.
that's all good. But yeah, some of these fans really hold tightly onto their figurines. Like, like I said, it depends on the person, depends on who is manufacturing these figurines, as well as who is selling them, um, the amount that they're selling, all that jazz. There's 1,000 things to take into consideration. I didn't think they were going to have an Overlord figurine, considering the fact that of that factor of either it's too expensive, there's not enough of it, or people just want to hoard. And it could have been for any reason. There was only 6 of the figurines that of his favorite character from Overlord. Which says a lot considering the fact that other figurines like Miku Hatsune figurines, Rem from Re:Zero, there was a lot of Nami from One Piece. Thousands of them on a shelf. And the fact that there was only 6 of these ones in particular. There were no other Overlord figurines, by the way, either. There was nothing else. It was just those same figurines. It's the bathtub one, by the way, that I got him. It's the bust of Albedo in a hot tub or whatever, or like she's in a hot springs. It's that one. There was only 6 of them at this book off. There might have been more at another book off, granted, but we didn't go to too many book offs because I knew that everybody else had the plan to go to book offs as well after it started, people started notifying everybody on TikTok that if you want a cheap figurine, go to book off. Some of these items as well
I'm
at
back.
book off.
Sorry.
Welcome back. They're secondhand.
What's the false alarm?
It was a false alarm.
Yeah, it wasn't my food. It was somebody else's doorbell.
What? Oh man.
Yeah. No, man. I'm
That's
hungry. But it's okay. Go ahead.
that's a
Sorry.
way to tease. What the hell?
Yeah.
Bruh. What was the thing? Oh yeah. So basically, at these secondhand places, right? So I won't say that these conditions are great for some of these figures. So I'm
hmm
pretty sure your figurine is actually like in somewhat decent condition. Obviously, it's very like obvious
Yeah.
that
Oh,
somebody had
fuck.
this
Now
before.
arrived. God damn it. 1 second. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, is it finally here? Is it finally here? I love how he leaves and all you can hear is, "It's here! My food!" as he opens up the door. The food man. Who probably only speaks Portuguese is probably thinking to himself, "What is going on? What is happening?" But yeah, some of these figurines, when you buy them, sometimes they can be worse for wear. I'm pretty sure the one that I got for Corn is pretty decent anyways, because most of the time in Japan, they will label on the package if there's a certain condition that the figurine is in. Like sometimes there's figurines that you can get that are in completely fine condition, but for some reason it'll smell like cigarettes. They'll actually notify you on the package if there's a problem with it. Which I liked about Japan. It was pretty convenient in that case. So it wasn't too bad. I think I got a pretty good decent figurine for him. And I think he's gonna like it a lot. It's the first figurine that he'll ever receive, by the way.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah. The first one.
Did you receive your food?
I did.
Yay!
Yay!
He got his burger.
I'm not gonna. I did. I'm not gonna eat it right now because Sophie's gonna bark. So I'll wait after we finish the episode.
She's gonna yell at you and be like, "Oi, where's my piece? Where's mine?"
Literally, she's already like sniffing me because she knows I brought food in.
Dad, Sherry is caring. Where's my piece? Where's mine?
There's no food. She's literally sitting on the door to the kitchen, just looking at me and looking at the microwave where I put the food. No, no, Sophie. You need to learn some manners. You weren't like that when you were younger.
She learned your bad habits, that's why.
She did. She did. Sophie, you're not gonna start barking even though I don't have food just because you want me to get food. You can't do that to me. No, Sophie. Sit down. No. Don't snarl at me. You're not a wolf. No. Okay. I think she's calmer. It's too hungry. You ate. You have your food. Your dog bowl is full.
But I want a burger.
That's what I had to do.
I
want a burger. That's what I have to deal with, chat, every day. It's Sophie.
It's so funny with dogs is that because you get something, your dog assumes that they're also gonna get the same thing. So
Exactly.
reciprocation is dead. Like I said, guys, it's so dead.
It's over.
Ah, She's such a good girl. You know what? We can actually wrap it up to
She is.
everyone. If you're hungry, that is. Because
I
we've been
am
going
very hungry.
for
Very
3
hungry on this.
hours, actually almost 4 hours, and on your end, you've been going for 5 hours, so
Almost 5:30. That is true. All of them are Sophie. All the needy girls in my life are Sophie. Right, Sophie? Sit down. Yay. Yeah, I think we can wrap it up here.
Explains
We
why he can't
covered
say
a
no to
lot of
some
topics.
girls.
Okay. Okay, Macaron. Okay, Macaron.
Had to add that jab in.
Mhm. That's right. But yeah, we covered a lot of topics. It's been a while since we did the podcast,
It's
so
been, like I think it's been longer than 2 weeks. It's been, like, 3 weeks, hasn't it?
3 weeks, yes, because we had to reschedule.
Speaking of, I have some very good news, and I think you're gonna like hearing this.
Oh, hey, yes?
Bokura Planet is now out.
Oh, let me look it
You know what we
up.
have to do. You know exactly what we have to do.
I know what we have to do.
We have to continue the saga.
Planet. Oh, it's really cheap as well.
How much is it?
It's $16 for me.
That means it'll be cheap for me. Though I've got plans to
Hey.
try out. Maybe I should wait to see what other people do with Expedition 33 because I've wanted to play it for a while.
Oh, I really want to play that game. I wish listed because I didn't know about that game,
Yeah.
but I saw I saw it like on the Steam page. I was like, "What is this? This seems really good."
Mm-mm-mm. Like I saw it on my TikTok feed ages ago. And I was like, this is a
It's
really cool
multiplayer.
concept.
Uh-huh.
And then I
No.
ended up oh, she
Is it
wants it. She wants it.
He really wants it?
It's for cheap right now. It's 7:30. Whoopee!
Yay!
Wait, why does Gooby want this game?
Y- Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Conflict of interest. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Granted, he liked watching us play Bokura.
Bokura was really fun. I really like Bokura.
Yeah, but we must play Bokura
Um,
Planet.
Yes. I'm ready to be traumatized again.
I'm so ready for this. It looks pretty
It was
similar to what the
traumatizing.
first one was, but this time we're
Mhm.
a spaceship exploration crew.
Mhm.
So we're on a planet.
Or that's where they think they are because they're hallucinating again.
True, remember the hallucinations got a bit too real at some point.
Yeah. Yup.
Okay, me add to cart.
Expedition 33 looked really good. Yeah. Hey.
Feel my cart. Can I
No, you don't
send
have to buy me as a gift. I'm just gonna buy the game.
for $16?
Yeah, I'll just buy it. It's okay.
For $16?
Sophie, stop. For 16, yeah. Well, how much is for you? 7. It's like half. It's okay.
Yeah, but it's a better price.
It is a better. You don't have to buy
Think
me. I
about
can
it.
get for you.
You get it for free from me.
Okay. I'll let you give me a gift. I need to give you something. You're giving me too many gifts. I have to pay back at some point.
It's because I'm richer. That's why.
Wow. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, first worlder. I'm sorry. Okay. Not my fault.
No, it's okay. You don't have to pay me back. I already told you that.
I know, but I feel bad.
Well, don't. I'm giving it as a gift. Gifts you don't give back.
Okay.
Got the payment.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
That is okay. We need to play the next part anyways. And then also we need to continue with the We Were Here series.
We do. There's a lot of games in there too. Wait, what game is Maka Gibson current? Bokura Planet. It's the sequel to Bokura. One of the games me and Maka played together. I think it was our first collab, wasn't it?
It was our very first collab. Yes, it was, and it was a very
Yep.
good time.
It was really fun. It was a very fun.
A kiss I gave to you. Please accept. Please accept my gift.
I will. Where's my family view pin? What? Why do I need family view? Oh my god. Steam. 1 second. Let me just open the in the thing. There you go. Let me open my email. Gmail. Then I open.
Speaking of other
Is
collabs
it
as well
inventory?
that we need to do as well.
Yeah.
Because for date night, Gooby and I, we played a card game that I introduced him to. We should all play this game.
Which game?
It's called Flip 7. And we can play it on Tabletop Simulator.
Ooh, I have Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah.
Yay! Thank you for the gift.
You're welcome.
And okay, yeah, it's added on my library. Yay!
Yay! That's good because last time I gave a gift to somebody, it was Gumi, and it was like $15 for him to get Final Fantasy 15, and he forgot to accept my gift.
Mhm. That's interesting. That's actually funny.
The thing
That's
is, as
actually very
well, for
funny.
Repo, I had to tell him, I had to remind him literally the day of to accept the gift because I was like, you know, it disappears after a while, so you gotta accept it. And Loaf was like, luckily
It's literally
I
wasted
accepted
money.
it.
Exactly. Okay.
But yay! We'll have to plan
Let
our
me
collab
look.
for it.
Yes. That and then the Detroit Human collab as well.
Yes.
It's the Four Stooges.
The Four Stooges. I also want to play Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah, so we forgot about that. Did Lofi get it?
He did get it. I don't even know if he started playing it.
Okay, we're just gonna say Loaf. Suck it up. We're gonna play Baldur's Gate.
We're playing
together.
Baldur's Gate.
Playing Baldur's Gate.
Like we don't even have to
Yeah,
stream it
it's all
unless we do want to stream it. In which case, I'll stream it.
Yeah, we can do it. I don't think I can stream it. I don't think my PC can handle that, but I'll participate regardless.
The next
of course.
thing to do is to get you a computer upgrade.
Yeah, I'm working on that myself, but it's gonna take a while.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right,
hard.
chat. Yes, it is. Money is hard. Should we raid someone?
Good question. Who to raid? There's Bianca.
Stella is
there's
streaming.
Cindy.
Yeah.
There's Ellie. There is Lucy, who's doing art. There's Rosina. Let's go. Let's go to Bianca because she's playing Monster Hunter.
Okay, I have Bianca.
Yeah.
Bianca Kaida.
Yeah.
Twitch raid. Filter.
I spelled that wrong.
It's okay.
Raid.
Why is Twitch not working? Twitch? Please? Oh, there you go.
The day that
All right,
Twitch
chat.
actually finally falls
Uh-huh.
through after 1,000 attempts of us trying to get it to work is the day I crash out, like, heavily.
Yeah, me too. Let me put the hi corn message. Corn raid. I should have made this an emote. Hi corn. Thank you guys for stopping by. I hope you guys have fun. And
Yeah!
I will catch you guys next time.
There we go. Okay.
Any closing statements, Macaron?
Um. Uh.
Erm,
I used the
erm, er.
is the statement. Is the closing statement.
All right. Chat.
Eat your
See you guys
burgers
next
and don't
time.
give it
Bye
to your dog.
bye.
Bye, everybody.
Exactly. Do not give it to your dog. All right. Raid. There
Bye.
you go.